Lowstar Esports now coming over to this bear, and the Volibear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the Volibear with the Vi ult in the backline on the ADCs. The jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra.
It's coming in and out still.
1 second.
Hello?
Hey yo, 6-0!
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the SOL Division 1. Today I am joined by Big Nose Mikey. How are we doing today?
We're doing amazing, man. I cannot wait to get this on the road because, well, we're in for a banger of a game. I don't know if you checked the teams, but
Absolutely.
wow, it seems like both teams have insanely talented players, but Leo Esports, I don't know, their lineup just seems insane, man.
Their lineup is insane. Unfortunately for them, they have not been performing to their insane levels recently. Kind of underperforming this split at 3 and 5 right now, going into today. Hoping to improve that to 5 and 5, make it back to even by the end of the day. We are a 10-strong league over here at the SOL. We have our 4th seed currently going up against our 9th seed, but they are only 2 games apart from each other. So this is a very close series. Both teams looking primed and ready to go right at it. Before we get into it, is there any matchups you really want to drag our attention to?
Oh, the ADC. I just cannot wait to see what Leon has in store for us because it seems like the ADC player really loves his aggressive picks. He's a driven main. So, I mean, that's going to be a very fun bot lane. I'm very sure they're going to opt into something pretty aggressive unless we'll see the Varus coming in or the Ass, which have been a very huge prio picks right now in the meta. Kalista as well here and there, but I don't see those champs coming up in the in his champion, you know. While on the other side, yeah, I do see the Aphelios, which is a very strong pick right now. I do see the As, which is a very utility pick and can provide a lot of help for your team. So I don't know. I really want to see how that bot lane works because it seems like they are polar opposites. One side is just aggressive, the other side just loves to chill, farm, take the level the game to towards the mid game, late game, and play with their team. You know. So that's what I'm most excited about this one. Now, as you said, both teams really want to win, especially Leo Esports, right? They have this dope lineup that we are about to see, and they are kind of underperforming, as you pointed out. So it's like very important for them to win this series.
Absolutely, it is. I've had the pleasure of watching this Elio side perform once before, and Slendu's Draven is something to behold. It got target banned, unfortunately, in the 2 games I was there for, but
Of
he's played
course.
500 games on it in competitive this split already. I don't think
Wow.
I can quite express how crazy 500 games is.
I
In
mean, no,
Notch.
I can understand. I mean, that's actually insane. My guy really loves his Raven, and it seems like he's very comfortable with it because, as you know, everyone knows, even though it's a very strong peak right now, it's also quite. It falls off quite a lot later on. It's very hard to play with the axis. Like you need so to be mechanically prepared to pick this champ up. So I mean, feeling confident to playing against whatever ADC because having a Jinx, having a Nas, having a Caitlyn even against you, it's very hard to even perform in lane where Draven really wants to go that aggressive play, you know. So I'm very eager to see what they will do in that bot side.
Yeah, and as of Wednesday, Elio's bot lane has now basically received a massive buff. You cannot leave their lane until 3 minutes 30. You are forced to spend those early levels where the Draven is so potent, where the Samira can try and get that early advantage. You cannot leave, right? Now the lane swap's a thing of the past. Your top lane happy to stay on the top side of the map, but bot lane is consigned to face against Slendu Hell. And as much as Visselnir and Snokken are great players in their own right, yeah, I'm very interested to see if they can keep up with Slendu's insane and diverse champ pool as well. There's a lot of champs he can play, a lot of champs he can play exceptionally well at the master, at the grandmaster level. I am so excited to see how he performs today because I feel like if Elio are to get this season back on track, it mostly does rely on him.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be the carry for the team. I'm gonna see the support as well going for something very aggressive. You will see him pick something like Rakan, Alistar. He's definitely gonna go for that pike. He's a pike main, if I'm not mistaken, or at least he plays a lot of pike, which is a very aggressive pick. So as I said, that bot lane is gonna be chaotic to say the least. We're gonna definitely see some fights there. Now on the other side, I really want to see the jungle as well. Like I'm not sure, but I do love the jungler a little bit more from the side of Ruzeh, even though he's lower elo than the Leo Esports lineup. But he has a very nice champ pool in the jungle. He plays a lot of champs that scale well, that are aggressive as well. He plays the Lilia, which is an insanely scaling champ, annoying to play against as well. He goes for that Pantheon. He goes for the Graves. Like he's a very aggressive player. So I'm very eager to see how that is going to work with the bot lane of his team. So I'm very eager to see what's going to happen there with that much of an aggressive jungler that they have.
Absolutely. We will get into it in just a second. In the meantime, I'm going to have a quick word about Level Up London, which is an event by Elio Esports. They are running right now. We're going to have a quick little pop-up ad. We're just going to have a quick look at. There it is, running from the 11th to the 13th of April. Hopefully you can see you all there. If you head onto that website, leveluplund.com, you can get there and see what it's all about. In the meantime, we'll have another look back into it. We're a couple of minutes away from draft right now, but we have a whole lot of topics to keep talking about, right? As you've rightly pointed out, Empan is a very diverse jungler in his own right, and so many AP carries that he wants to play. I'm interested to see how his team is going to draft around that. Do they have some of these AD mids in their locker? I'm looking at Base Hunter. He has the Smolder available. He has the Ambessa mid. He's played 12 games of it already this split. Things like the Jace as well. Can they be played to full effect to really get these AP junglers from Empan into the game? Or is it going to come down to the other side? You know, cast on these kind of hyper carry kindred type jungles, right? Both sides have insane win cons to push through their junglers if they want to. I'm interested to see how they take that, if they take it maybe even the more tanky side. Sejuani
Yeah.
still exists, right? Maokai still has his R button. So
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, he seems like a player that is. The team is not gonna draft on him. He has the capability, and I think he really has the champ pool to for the team to just he can just draft for the team. He can just play whatever is needed and whatever the coach tells him. If they do have a coach, I'm not sure about that. As I saw, they do.
they will.
So yeah, I mean, you want to have a player of that diversity in your team because you know he can adapt to any draft and he can just pick whatever you need for him. You need an AP jungler, an aggressive jungler. He has that in store for you. He can go Nida, he can go Lilia. You need an aggressive AD jungler. He can go for that, for the Graves, for that Pantheon. That's very OP right now. Recently, even though if I'm not mistaken, he got nerfed, he's still extremely strong, especially with pairing it up with a very strong mid laner as well, like something that has a point and click stun or a Syndra or something that they can just go aggressive and one shot anyone in their paths. So Empan is something that coaches I think love for their team. Now, as you said, the mid lane depends a lot on that. He has played a lot of Ambessa. I think also the mid lane has a lot of diversity. He can go both AD and AP. Base Hunter, I've casted him before as well. I do not remember. I think he played Rise and he actually performed really, really good, if I'm not mistaken. So if he can go the Ambessa, we can match that. If he can go Rise, we can match that. So that's why I guess the team is performing so well, and they do have the 10 points. They're up there in the standings, so the team is really synergizing pretty good.
Yeah, and as you rightly point out, we have a very close league right now. We have 3 teams at 5 and 3. Our top 2 teams are currently 6 and 2. This is a league where anyone can and will beat anyone else, and especially going into our second game, we have a little bit to look forward to later. Predicted to You is right up there. Even if Asini are down in 8th, I honestly don't even know how to think about that game. That game is too far in the future. Both teams more than everything to play for. Turn our focus back again to Ruzeh against Leo, and yeah, I think the only thing we have to really look at before we can finally get into this draft is this top lane matchup. We have Alphonse for Elio, Hanan Pig for Ruzeh. Who do you fancy in this one?
Well, I don't know. Alphonse seems to be a very insane player. He has a crazy solo queue filled with some. He's playing the rat a lot. He's playing
Multiple rats.
Exactly. That was. I was about to say multiple rats. He's playing the cannon. He's playing the Twitch. He has that Rumble AP Rumble, which seems to be an extremely strong pick right now. So I don't know. I think the top lane needs to be very careful of the aggressiveness of this player early on because he seems to want to just fight.
And that's another thing where these anti-lane swap changes favor the side of Elio, right? When you are running those kind of aggressive AP top laners, they were countered by the lane swap. If you chose a Rumble and the other side took the Cassante, you get swapped on and you're suddenly a level or 2 behind, and the Cassante actually wins out these trades. Now, you're able to dominate that from the start, and you only have to be careful of the junglers coming up, which we're back to kind of how it used to be, how it always feels in more solo queue type environments, where it's only the jungler that can really make that change, which is back to a bit more of a pure form of League, I have to say.
Yeah, I love how you said it, a pure form of League. Back to that, like we kind of miss it. I don't know. I think the game is going on a very good path right now, especially with these changes. Like laners feel a little bit safer. The AP top laners as well. They're coming up more and more in solo queue because of that. Not in solo queue, sorry, in pro play, because they cannot get dove every time, like until minute 5, and you're suddenly 3 CS, and you cannot do anything. It's just over for you. While on the other side, you can pick Orn, you can pick Kesante, which can actually make a lot of difference. They cannot get dove very easily if they play it well. So that made huge differences in every game. That then the weight drops on the carries to just dominate the game. Well, now on the other side, Hanam, he has pretty good champ pool as well. He does know how to play AP top laners. He also has the rat in his pocket. He has both rats, actually. He has the Rumble as well. But he also plays a lot of Jace, which has, in my opinion, been one of the top picks right now in the pro scene. He seems to be just extremely strong, especially with that tank pick, that tank build. But also the Renekton, the Camille, which have so much potential in the mid later game. They have so much value. So that's a very very interesting matchup there on the top side. I really want to see how that goes, and if any teams are going to put any resources towards that top lane.
Yeah, I'm looking at his champ pool. I'm trying to think. Are we sure he's not Korean? The
I
Jace, the
mean,
Camille, the Gnar is up there too. This guy seems to absolutely revel in these very strong, very aggressive 1v1 top laners. Unfortunately, we'll take a quick little break here. We'll be back in a couple minutes, hopefully with the draft ready to go, but we will be back in just a second. Welcome back to the SOL Spring 2025 Division 1. I am still Rue, joined once more by Mikey. We are a couple minutes away now from going into draft. Hopefully, not too many further delays. Have we got any more final thoughts on our champ pools before we head into this one?
Well, the one thing that we didn't discuss, as you said, the support, man. The support for not for Leo Esports, but for Ruzeh Esports. That support has an insane KDA, right? He has an insane champ pool as well. Now, when you have that Pantheon, when you have the Nautilus, those early strong picks, does that work for you when you're playing against a very aggressive ADC or not?
I mean, typically it would help the other team when you engage on them, right? Especially against something like the Draven. Unless you are on the Draven, killing the Draven, he will be killing you in the long run, right?
Mhm.
And I think Slendu will happily take a 1-for-1 if it gives him some cash out stacks. If he, maybe even level 1, if he gets to go back with a cull, you come back with a longsword. That's a big trade that you can take on the Draven. And especially when you're pairing it with things like from Script2, the Pike, like the Karma, these aggressive, insanely good trading champs. I'm very interested to see how supports can influence this influential matchup.
Mhm. Well, I think like they're probably gonna go for something in the thoughts of maybe Jinx with a Nautilus in the bot side. The Braum is a very strong pick that I love as a support. I'm an ADC player, and I can tell you that most ADCs just love their Braum support.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a strong pick right now. I've seen it being banned a lot. I don't know if you checked like Los Ratones, they were banning it or picking it. They were discussing about this jump quite a lot, and it seems to be like a very solid pick in that bot side. It has the protection, it has the disengage, and it also has that engage. He can bait, he can do everything, and especially when he moves around the map. When you have a Braum support moving with your jungler, and you have an aggressive jungler, well, as we do in this case, right? With the Pantheon, he picks Lilia, he picks Graves. Like, imagine moving with a bronze support and just destroying everything in your path, stacking up everyone. So I do think that might make quite a big difference for their team. Now, I'm very eager to see because having playing it an ADC as a Draven, you do know how to disengage, how to avoid the engage because, well, if you get engaged, you're dead as a Draven. There is no return. So you must be good and you must know what to do in those cases. So I cannot wait to see. It's the mechanical plays that are going to make a lot of difference in that bot side, in my opinion.
Yeah, and sorry to rain on your parade, but this Draven is the hell up and out of here. Slendu not going to be allowed. His favorite champ in the game.
Of
500,
course.
500 games in solo queue doesn't mean anything in pro where they just ban you instantly. We also see the Jace taking over Elio. We were thinking that could be a potential R1, but instead going to be the Corki picked up for Ruzeh. Guessing that's heading to the bot side, but I guess it could go mid too. What do we
Yeah,
think
I
about that?
mean, I would see it for in the bot lane as well. It seems like their ADC plays it quite a lot, so you can pick it in the bot lane. It's a very strong pick, all very annoying. It just kills you in your face. While on the other side, you have the Darius pick. I'm sure it's gonna be jungle. It's not gonna be top side. Let's not get baited here. We've seen it how much it's popping off in solo queue. You just pick that Darius with the Smite Ghost or even Smite Flash, you don't care, and you're just running everyone down. I think Agurin is doing it, and the Kog'Maw as well in the bot side. That's a very safe ADC, but you have to pair it up with something safe. You need a Lulu, you need a Milio, you need something that can amplify, but also a Braum. If they pick the Braum, I'm going to be very happy. Now, they looked the Lilia on the other side and the Abessa. We were expecting that. We saw how they are playing both champs, and you have an AD and an AP mid. No, they looked the Milio. Very good. So, as I said, you need that damage amplifier for your team. Now, you need to ban some top laners and perhaps an ADC. You're not going to go for the Braum ban, but the Nautilus doesn't seem like a bad idea to just throw a banner out there. It's a very annoying pick. He has that gap close. He has that R button that you cannot really
There it goes.
get away. So yeah, it's gonna go away because you cannot just play against that. Now on the other side, they're banning the Azir, which is a target ban for the side, and they're probably gonna ban another mid laner because they don't have anything else to do, I guess. But I'm very eager to see what they're gonna go for. Now you could ban the Ari, you could ban the Victor perhaps, which are very strong picks. That it's Victor. Okay, they banned the Victor. They know that the Forslud plays that champ. I guess it's a very strong pick, so they're taking it away. And I love the Blitzcrank back from Leo. They just banned the two champs that are very bad to play against. That's Kokomao and Leo. They're gonna look in the Aurora. Now that's a very good pick. If they go for the Aurora, no, they didn't go with. They just went for the Sidra. That pairs up very well with the Darius, man.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams looking to round out the comps, choosing to put that Corki, flex it into the mid lane, flex the Ambessa up to top. We had a look coming in. We saw Ruzeh's mid lane was enjoying a lot of that Ambessa mid. I mean, maybe this is a Corki top angle. I'm just saying that could be something very spicy to end this draft off. But as you suggested before, Darius heading into the jungle, most likely, unless we get a crocodile heading around.
Nah.
I
That
did have a
would be
look
crazy,
at the
bro.
champ pools. Alphonse has got 34 games on the Darius in the top lane this season, but it looks like it will be handed over to Cast instead as we start to load into the Rift now, and we get an idea of how these matchups are going to be looking. Jin Bard into Kog'Maw Melio is a spicy bot lane to start off with.
Yeah, actually, it's insanely good. I think they are safe, kind of safe. They can get a little bit bullied because Emilio has a lot of range. Kog'Maw has a lot of range. Bart cannot really poke. If he goes to poke, he will get poked out. Jin has the fourth shot, but it can get shielded by the Emilio. So bot lane right now in the state of it, they just are even, in my opinion. Now, what you're gonna get out of this, you have a Bard who can R anyone level 6, and you cannot R as Milio, you cannot move as Kog'Maw, you cannot do anything. If that happens, you have a lot of follow-up with Ambessa, you have a lot of follow-up with Lilia if she's close to you. So that is going to be very, very pivotal for the side of Ruzeh, because that Bard can be a very, very a big game changer.
Yeah, and that is why Bard is such a strong counterpick into something like the Melio, right? His ultimate is that cleanse. The breath of life doesn't matter if you can't breathe, right? You're golden.
Exactly.
The tempered fate is gonna land. You cannot cleanse that. That will allow something like this Lilia to get up close, get that engage going. But it feels like Ruzeh playing this bot lane just to neutralize out Slendu early on, hoping they can get advantages elsewhere on this map, and the Jhin can be strong enough late game to get through things like this Renekton, like this Darius. Maybe he will with maybe the Bullet Storm with the Corki, but I don't know how well Ruzeh actually gets going in this game. It feels like Elio's side lanes are just kind of better right now.
Yeah, the early game, I'd say it's definitely, well, I wouldn't say better, but I'd say strong. Like Syndra level 6, very strong against the Corkis. He's a very solid pick. Ambessa is a good champ, very weird champ. I really do not know against Renekton how she would do, because Renekton can lock you up. He can
It's a
stun
very
you, he
even
can-
matchup. It is
Yeah,
hands down
exactly.
matchup.
So you cannot really do much around there. It's not going to be like a death here, a death there, unless the players play it very well. Now, once the game progresses, I do see more value coming in from both Ambessa and the Corki. But when the late game comes in, I think I think Ambessa is just gonna murder everyone, man. That champ is just insanely strong. She can just reach the backline with a button, in the click of a button. She has a lot of setup as well for her. She has the Lilia sleep. She has the Bard Jhin ult. He's just gonna open up, and everyone is gonna scatter and be scared, you know. So a lot of setup coming in from the side of Ruzeh. On the other side, you're gonna have to fight a lot. They're gonna just have to fight quite a lot to get out of fights. You know, they're gonna have to disengage. They're gonna have to run away because it's very hard to play with immobile champs against the Bard, against all that CC, against all that movement speed coming in from the Ruzeh lineup, right? So both teams well, let's say Leo as well has the possibility to also turn the fights. Now, if you manage to disengage and actually find them a little bit overextended, if you start with shooting with that Kog'Maw W, with that Milio buffing you, and with the Darius chasing you, I think that would be hell for Ruzeh. So
Yeah, I mean, I can see that being an issue, and I'm imagining this level 1, Elio with a Renekton with a Darius, they can just walk up whenever they want. They can go into whichever part of the jungle they want, push the Lilia out, and gain something for this Darius early. Start that snowball at the level 1. That's when you're strongest with this comp right now, especially respective to something like the Lilia on the other side. You can cut like all 4 of her legs at once with the Darius axe swing.
yeah, true. I mean, that Darius is. I'm very eager to see if he's going to go AD. I don't know if you've seen it in solo queue. I don't know if anyone in the chat has seen it in solo queue because it's been popping off quite a lot, but it's going AD. Like a lot of damage. They're just focusing on that. They don't have a lot of sustain. So you can kill someone very easily. You can get a double, you can get a triple, but if you get stunned, if you get slept, if you get bard ulted, I think that's going to be very hard to get out. So I'm very eager to see how he's going to play with the Darius. Now, early on, as you said, they do have a lot of possibilities to engage with the Darius, but you need to be careful on where you do it. If he goes on the bot side, it's going to be very hard because you have a Bard that can follow up very, very easily. So it's gonna depend a lot on how the game state is at that moment in order to invade as a Darius.
Absolutely, but we will see what happens as we load now onto the Rift for game 1 of our series between Ruzeh and Elio. We are in 30 seconds in. Quick look at the rune choices. We have the Phase Rush on the Darius, run you down indeed. Flash chosen over the Ghost, and it looks like they won't be going for this early invade angle.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna go for it, but they are well, they're not gonna go for anything. They just waited. They thought maybe they would get invaded, but nothing's gonna happen. Now, in terms of runes, I love the Ambessa Electrocute. That shows aggressiveness. That shows I want to fight you from level 1. I just want to fight, proc that Electrocute, make the crocodile just go back, get as much lane presence as I can, so I can follow up in case my Lilia needs help, or if Lilia wants to boost into the enemy jungler. Now, on the bot side, you have very safe runes, like you have the Ignite on the Bard and you have the Portal. So, as Kog'Maw Milio until level 5, where I think the Kog'Maw gets those three level ups on the W, and his hits they are just extremely strong. They need to be quite careful of a sudden gank from Lilia. She might also look for an early 3-minute gank. You never know. Both junglers started on the bot side of the map, so that means they are most likely are going to end up towards that top side, and we'll probably see some scuffles happening with this Ambessa, with the Renekton. Now, Renekton has got the lead in the lane. That was expected, I guess, because if I'm not mistaken, level 1 Ambessa does almost nothing.
Well, level 1 Ambessa already has the 1 dash, right? The more levels you get on that champion, the more dashes you are allowed to have. And as this game goes on, we will see what they can do with all those dashes. Nice trade coming in. Vesselnik gonna be pumping out some damage onto Script 2, but gonna be traded back pretty well by Slender himself. And it's gonna be basically Milio HP traded for Jhin. I think you have to take that if you're Leo.
Yeah, 100% you're gonna take that. That was a beautiful stun from Bard as well to stop the Kog'Maw. If he didn't throw that, if the stun wasn't there, I think Jhin would be in a lot more trouble. Now, what they're gonna do is, I think we're having some fights in the bot side.
Yeah, gonna be Slendu going super low down. The Ignite invested by Snoken, but unable to quite finish off the kill. The Collector Ignite not quite proccing, but it is so damn close early in the game. Flash 4-shot invested. Vesselnik not quite working out his breakpoints. Slendu survives with the heal invested by Script2. And that's a huge trade of summoners now back to topside. Alphonse Iberg going to be trading heavy onto Hanan Pig. This Ambessa is looking low, but Doran's shield for both sides likely to see them through this laning phase. Maybe even going for some more trades, wanting to get that cannon as it comes up. Should be given over. Can Iberg force the flash out of Pig? Will do. Goes for the flash and then kill under the turret as well. First blood heading over to that Crocodile and a huge, huge swing early in this game.
Amazing play by the Crocodile to just get that free kill early on. I mean, that was just some insane mechanics. He just knows how to execute the Crocodile, and we didn't expect that, right? From the queue when we were waiting in the Champions League, we were saying that he's gonna go for the Rat, he's gonna go for a Cannon, a Rumble, something AP, you know.
It's a different Korean champ though. He goes for the Renekton, which is so favored in these brawly 1v1s by those amazing Korean players that we see in the LCK, and he shows why it's so good. You cannot really stack check a Renekton unless you're playing something like the Darius, which they chose to take away from themselves anyway.
Oh, he's not in vision. Like, he can actually stay there and probably cause some damage. He doesn't have flash.
Yeah, Jin investing the flash early, gonna get traded pretty heavy into. Passive, fully up, not quite ready to dunk just yet his cast. Gotta wait a couple more levels for that. But a beautiful trade going into Vesselnik, who only just backed for that initial boots. Uses 4-shot on the wave, he's gonna have to run the hell away from that Cogwell. One more auto, he could have died so early on, minus that flash. He has to be playing so much more carefully than he is right now.
Minus that cannon as well. Poor guy used W to get that cannon, but unfortunately it was just tipped the cannon, so very unlucky. He didn't use any summoners, that's good, but it's still very unlucky because he's falling off behind so much right now, and giving up levels to XP advantage and also item advantage to Kog'Maw early on is not really what you want, right? You want to be able to stay even, or even better, just be ahead of this Kog'Maw, because he is just gonna open up later on with the million next to him, and God knows who he's gonna kill one shot.
Yeah, I mean, even without the name tags, I'd love to be in this Corky's position, this Cogwell's position right now, rather. You have a 10 CS lead, 200 gold, the Jin on the other side, down at 300, basically cannot walk up to these waves unless you walk too far. Warmhug's going to keep this Cogwell nice and healthy, though.
Look at that!
Going nice fight, and the trade back onto the Jin. He nearly killed him. I wasn't even. I was looking back at the wave because I thought the Jin wouldn't take any more damage, but he just kept ticking down and down and down.
Yeah, that Milio Q was just amazing to just almost kill the Jin. He stayed though. He didn't back, so bot lane still has a lot of pressure. And I'm very eager to see if look at Lilia. Lilia is topside. They're losing the Void Crabs. What are they doing?
Yeah, Jin feels forced to stick around under this turret, trying to farm best he can, hoping for a cannon wave in his future, and looks like there won't even be one ready. Meanwhile, topside, public execution invested by Hanan Pig. Can he use it to escape, or is the Crocodile enough? It will be enough. Cast levels up to level 6 off the kill as well. This topside is absolutely crumbling right now.
Yeah.
And honestly, you put an Ambessa this far behind, can she get back into this?
Nah, definitely not. I mean, to get back into this game, at least she's keeping up a little bit on the CS department, but to get up on this game, you need a lot of resources invested in you. And right now, they do not have the luxury of investing anything on the top side, because bot side is getting dunked. Right now, you have a 400 gold.
You have a quick look down at the bot side in that bottom left. If you just pay attention to that, I believe Bard Ignite was invested. I saw both champs from Elio getting insanely low. Couldn't quite finish off the Jin. One auto, not quite enough. The hot chocolate there, able to keep him alive. Corky goes for the tower dive. Barrier was invested. Flash out, Ignite away. And that was the trade. So Flash for Ignite and Barrier. Not the worst from Slendu, but he can't now look for that aggressive kill. even with Jin minus that summoner. Flash is coming up in a couple seconds. Unless Cast can really get down there and influence this lane, Jin might just be able to stabilize, but maybe it's already too late to stabilize. We have a 1k lead so early in this game for the side of LEO.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing the map so good. Imagine a team getting Void Grubs and a Drake early on. That's the power of Darius, man. Right now, he's popping off so much in solo queue because he can run around and do anything he wants because no one can actually compete against him. And I couldn't say if Lilia can do much right now, but bot side needs a lot of help from her. She needs to actually start ganking a little bit because in the objectives department, their team is not doing very good. She's gonna take it back now. You have top lane struggling, bot lane struggling. What do? She's probably gonna go towards the top side.
She's gonna stick around actually.
Oh,
Tempered Fate
nice.
onto the Corki, onto the Coggle rather, unable to hit the sleep early. Emilio has ult up, so the cleanse could be used to just get rid of the sleep. Jin gonna have to flash away. Ultimate invested, curtain call down, and that will finally be the Cogmore descending in this game. Meanwhile, on the other side, cleanse used by the Emilio. His ultimate there just to get rid of that sleep. Should be able to disengage this unless the Bard really wants to go for this. Ignite in a couple seconds. He's not going to quite have it up. Syndra's there to help his laner. Corki not able to get in time. Scatter the Weak just to keep him away. And that will be Script2 escaping. Unfortunately, though, Slendu does go down. And that really does even out this bot lane.
I have no idea how he survived, but that was insane by him and a beautiful stun to stop that Valkyrie from the Corki and getting that free kill that was coming in.
This is the trade, though. You're losing the whole of your topside jungle for your Lilia staying around so long. Sure, bot lane is back into it now. Jin, just a couple of gold behind, but now your Lilia falls further behind this insanely fed Darius. And the kill from that trade, not quite enough. As we have another look at Level Up Lund, which is happening from the 11th to the 13th. Website will be up in just a sec. If you want to go check it out, please do. They are amazing people over there. As we all look back around now.
Look at Darius' item, man. I told you, he's gonna go for the AD build. He just built the Humus, he has the phase rush, and he doesn't give an F. He's just gonna run around and try to dunk anyone he sees.
Yeah, and that is a terrifying prospect. Maybe even more terrifying if he had something like that Ghost. Meanwhile, Corki under tower. Ultimate from Syndra going to be invested. Base Hunter survives on about 200 HP. Not quite got that level up on the ultimate to get it to that execute, but it's so close already. Meanwhile, bot side Lilia trying to gain some of these counts back, but it's defended so well by Slendu and Scripto.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, they did really good to defend that camp. Now, Jin is in a very good spot right now. He, as you can see, he's bullying Kog'Maw a little bit. So he is a little bit back into this game. Now, I love Jin's late game. He can one-shot almost anyone from the side of LEO. So I do think he has a lot of value, especially coming with the Bard, having the Lilia as well next to him, just running around, slowing everyone.
They're going to go for dive here. 3v4.
I don't think
in the
it's
area,
gonna
no
work.
ult up, unless it's on that short of a cooldown. But it's going to be potentially backing the Lilia.
No, it cannot happen. So they're gonna back off, and just have the Darius farm his jungle. He's at 8 levels, level 8 right now, right? He's 1 level ahead from Lilia, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Scripto
god, look at this.
Dunked on. Ultimate invested, 4-shot up and available too. The Darius is there to protect. Cogmore instead going to catch that 4th bullet from the curtain call. And they might look to turn this around as Yomu's Ghostblade popped by Cast. Run it down fast as you can. Doesn't quite get collected by the Bard stun. He's going to magical journey himself out, but dunked on is Vesselnik by Cast. Darius, flash invested, but when the Jin on the other side has no flash, he is so immobile, and that is a huge swing once again in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, you would have expected the Darius to go for that gank. As Jin, you have no flash. Oh my god, look at this. The tower is just gone. LEO is just running the map. They're playing so well around this Darius peak. And it also helps when you have the top side being so much ahead. He has the Eclipse already. Like that's insane. So as Darius, you couldn't be happier. Your team is winning every lane. You're free to do whatever you want. Right now he has all of his jungle up, but you also have a Drake, so he's gonna move towards this bot side. You see the whole team is moving towards this bot side. They want to get this Drake to make sure that it's not getting contested at least. I don't think Ruzeh can contest it, but they can look to do something towards the top side. Maybe you can see Bard moving slow and steady towards that Renekton. I think they need to invest someone else. If you're not gonna go for the Drake, oh my god, is Jin dead? Let's look both side.
Jin has the spacing right now, is full HP still, and it will be Darius calling it off, but they've moved the Syndra down into the side lane now. Cogmore against Corki, going to take the magical journey in, but I think, honestly, Renekton with his Dominus could 1v2 this, unless they can get the trade going in. Dodges the public execution, nice flash invested.
Yeah.
Will be Dominus pop too. So, a great trade, but unfortunately for them, Alphonse escapes on the Renekton, and the play ends up just being an investment of time and an ignite.
Yep, on the other side, well, I wouldn't say that it went very bad. Now, they knew that they will get either a kill or the summoners, and they said, you know what, we're losing the Drake. Let's just try to either get a kill and the push top side, or at least get the summoners so we can revisit a gank on the top side. You can see Lilia is already on the top side of the map. Ambessa is going back. She has the TP, but I don't think she's going to use it. She most likely has a full... Yes, she does have a full item, and she has the Eclipse. So you can see they're, again, investing resources on the top side because they got the flash, and they can just revisit the top side. Now they're going to get a free kill because he has no Dominus, he has no flash.
Oh, he's so close to the turret, though. They've gone a little bit early on this. They have the sleep, they have the Tempered Fate, but it hits the Renekton as well as the turret. Turret's going to come back up. Huge healing, but unable to get the kill. Turret shots looking juicy towards the end, but not quite enough. And that's a nice play to get back into this one.
Yeah, as I said, that's gonna be the play that they want to do, and they're gonna go for that. It works out. Oh, he's gonna get dunked. Never mind. Just a bit out of range.
He must have been so close to execute. It is not far off.
Yes, it was very, very close. I think it was just the tip. So very, very lucky for Corki to get out there. But they're getting a lot out of this. At least they're getting a little bit back in the, at least getting back towards this game. They're 2k gold behind, so that's not very good. But the Ambessa is a very strong pick, as you just saw. She almost one-shotted the Renekton during Dominus, and she just one-shotted the Renekton without the Dominus. So let's not just write her off just yet.
Absolutely. Have a look now towards this mid lane. Both teams battling for prio, looking towards the Rift Arrow, which is just about to spawn on the Rift. There it is. Can either team push this objective? Does either team want to push this objective? Perhaps. Ruzeh going to look for the other side of the map. Public execution onto the Syndra. This Syndra uses flash, but Forsland likely to go down there. Sleep invested by the Melio. Scripto on the bot side of the play, and now this looks to be turned around. Potentially Curtain Call invested. Cogmore in the middle of nowhere. This play is an absolute mess, but Slendu going to have to flash over the wall. Should be able to escape. Meanwhile, Lilia taken out by the Darius bleed. Bard going down too, and somehow Elio turned that play around.
What is happening? I mean, this was a crazy sequence.
Veselnik has to be careful now. Smite to slow. Hampig. Oh my god, that Darius. If he had his ult back off cooldown, he was getting another one for free there. This tier 1 might just be going down. 6 grubs are on the play for Elio. Should be the tier 1, and that's so much map control they're going to get from this too.
Yes, and also I just want to point out, look at the build that... look at the boots that mid lane and the jungle have. They are full of movement speed. I love the Swifties on both of these champs, man. They're so mobile, and it's just gonna be very hard to lock them down. If you have a Rallies as a Lilia, it's just not gonna do that much of a slow. So they did some beautiful buys there.
Basin needs to be careful here.
Yeah,
I don't vision from his Phosphorus Bomb, but honestly, I think Alphonse could take him in the 1v1. Dominus is up and ready. Basin has no flash, but the Bard is there to cover for the meantime. And I think that's a very key point. If that Bard isn't there to cover, Corki walking up like that could just be called inting. Meanwhile, Forceland on the bot side looking to force this Ambessa out. Knows that Darius is in
Darius.
the area. Looks like Ghostmate's been popped. Should be able to run down this Handpig right now. All the dashes in the world doesn't matter when you get hooked back in. Scatter the weak. Tempered Fate though onto the Syndra. Public Execution away and should be able to escape now. Darius, gank unsuccessful. Oh my god! Syndra nearly finishes off the Ambessa. So close to going down. If she got in range to ult, she would be dead right now. Handpig limping away from that fight.
Oh, Syndra is looking, but I don't think she's on vision, so I think that's actually int right there.
Oh, and she got it. She went down, she pressed R. She didn't even press R, she just got the kill for free. She's going to be stunned and slept on the other side of it though. Forceland rooted as well by the Jhin. Curtle Call invested. There's now 4 players here. Alphonse has TP'd in. The Bard has gone down on the backside. Forceland escapes. This man is Houdini.
What is happening right now? I mean, LEO is just running everything on this map. They're playing so good. They're protecting everyone. They're at the right place at the right time. They're just doing everything, and the goal difference is just going up and up. Oh no, the Jhin doesn't have flash. You're a dead Jhin, buddy. Done.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You have these 2 basically top laners that are premium run down the ADC champ. That's why they wanted to take something more passive like the Jhin that they ended up taking. Unfortunately, not enough to escape with all that range. It's Forceland now going to be forced to play a lot more carefully after investing that flash in the previous play. So many people up here in the top side, but Alphonse pops Dominus looking for this Centaur in the top side jungle. Unable to find her, and it will be him taking over now with full rage onto this Ambessa. She has to be careful. Handpig gets cleaved. Snoken is there to try and save the Ambessa, who looks instead for the public execution under the tower. Gonna get Forceland. Huge shutdown over to Handpig. Can Alphonse turn this play around now in the 1v2? Lilia heading over as well. He's gonna have to retreat from here.
Yeah, I mean, he's in trouble. Lilia all finds that ease. He doesn't have... I don't think she has the R button. Yes,
no, just a little bit more of the cooldown was used before. But yeah, the Swell Seed hitting, unable to proc ultimate. Alphonse still needs to be careful. Lilia is up here, but maybe he wants to engage. Darius and Kog'Maw on the way up. This 3v3 has to favour LEO right now. As we look down to the other side of the rift, Cast wants everyone for breakfast. Hooks 2 in, and that is Snoken and Handpig going down.
Nice.
Ruinous Atakan on the table. This is a great play for LEO.
Yeah, this is an amazing play for LEO. I mean, they are like at the right place at the right time. As we're gonna see here on the replay, Ambessa finds a beautiful ult just at the tip. She gets the Syndra in. Bard uses the ult to get the tower.
Back to life now. Base Hunter forced to sidestep up to run away from the Melio. Should have Valkyrie up in a second to get over the wall. A flash invested instead. Good use because the scatter of the week was there. And it's crazy that Ellie are able to invest 2 players onto the bot side play while taking Ruinous Atakan top. So greedy, but it's working out for them. Unable to be punished by the Lilia, who is instead farming Raptors on the top side. I have to think, if you're down there to help out your Corki, you can turn that play. Sure, your Ambassador's dead, but she's not going to be there. You can take a 3v2 still.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I agree with you, but you also have the possibility of getting annihilated by the Syndra, right? You saw how much damage she did. So, as a Corki, I don't know. See, he doesn't have any magic resist in his kit right now. Usually, when you're going against the Syndra as a Corki, as a third item, or at least you get the 1300 Hexstringer thingy that has the magic resist that helps you in case of getting one-shotted. Like you're not gonna get one-shotted. Until he gets that, I don't think they can invest a lot, because he's not gonna be able to get anywhere near close the Syndra. So he can just pop anything and Corki is dead. So you had also the Melio there. She was kind of following the Syndra, making sure that she's safe, because they expected as well that perhaps Syndra is going to get a 3-man or a 2-man, because they were doing this greedy play on the top side. But luckily it worked out for them. Now on the map we have the Baron up, and I'm not sure how long we still have for the trade.
No, that's Rift Herald still, I believe.
Baron. Oh, Rift Herald, sorry, I meant Rift Herald, yeah. We have
Baron, a
Herald
couple minutes
up.
away.
as we see, Cast is already moving towards that. They do have the vision. Bard is just there, poking around, being a little bit annoying. But I do feel that it's going to be very, very free for Leo. That's going to help them a lot for the next objective. You can just give it to the Darius, and wherever he goes, you're just going to destroy everything.
Yeah, I think this looks very potent if they choose to use it in a couple minutes' time. Unless you want to use it now on the top side, they can get that tier 1 basically for free without it. If you can use it in a couple minutes' time, get that mid prio for free, move down to that dragon, force your team up to soul point. It's a huge threat. Already forced to abandon. Tempered Fate now going to be invested. Can they find this Kog'Maw? Flash over the wall. Public execution onto the backline though. This Kog'Maw is going down. Melio stuck in the middle of nowhere. TP is invested all over the place. Cast onto the Corki though. He has to be careful now. Drowsy though, asleep. Cast shut down. Forsland will trade away the Corki pick. Alphonse left alone, basically 1v4. Forsland unable to help him. Huge trading going on. Scripto, ultimate out. Everyone escapes. 2 for 1 overall. A great timing play there. And they're going to go back in. Wow. Melio deleted off the map. Hanan Pig traded back in return though. Jin 4 shots onto Alphonse. Sterex was already popped. And that is a dead Crocodile. Forsland, only person left alive. Dragon spawning in 45 though, nothing to play for just yet.
I mean, that is an insane play by Ruzeh there to get back in the game. Look, they find, I think it was just way off of place. The Kog'Maw shouldn't be there in the beginning. Look at the ult from Ambessa, just the tip to get that kill on the Kog'Maw. Now you have the TPs coming in. The Darius says, okay, let's fight, let's kill the Corki, but he doesn't get that execute on the R. He gets slept by the Lilia, and then they just move away from the fight. But it's not over yet. The flash coming in from the Ambessa just to get the Melio, while the Jin is following up on to killing the Crocodile.
We're gonna get massive fight again. Dragon has just spawned. Melio already down. Kog'Maw though, free firing this fight. Gonna get hit by Tempered Fate. Cast now was the front line, is the back line. Kog'Maw left alone, abandoned while he was golden. And that will be soul point denied by Ruzeh. And they are finding the skirmishes to get right back into this game now.
Yeah, they are just on point with every single move they're doing on the map right now, and it works so well for them. Melio is just out of position, they get her, and then you remember the game-changing R from the bar. He just did it. He finds both Syndra, I think Syndra, yes, Syndra and Kog'Maw, both carries from the side of Leo, and they just kill the Kog'Maw, secure the Drake. And that's just
fighting in the mid lane. Forsland very far up. This Lilia should be looking to go 2 for 0 if they can. Gonna have to invest the arm guard, the Zhonya's rather, and the Ambessa is behind. Hanan Pig finds the flank. Cast not gonna go down himself, but another kill over to this Ambessa, who was, might I remind you, over 1,000 gold in the hole to this Renekton. Now is up 500 gold and is looking so much stronger in these massive skirmishes that are going on.
Yeah, I mean, I called it. That pick is just insane. The damage threshold that she has is just too much, man. She just deals way too much, way too soon, and with dashing all around, you cannot hit her, you cannot do anything. So Hanan is playing very, very good to just also find picks here and there, which are giving him the lead that he needs. You also see Corki, he's very, very close to the Syndra. Syndra just completed the death cap, so that's gonna hurt a lot. You need to be careful not to get in range, because he can one-pop almost everyone from the side of Ruzeh. On the other side, Kog'Maw does have the Guinsoo and the Blade of the Ruined King. I think he can actually make quite a big difference in those fights, especially with that Melio amplifying him. Those auto attacks. We see the teams are a bit scattered. Cast is both sides scouting a little bit, checking to making sure that Renekton. Oh, Renekton is in trouble here. Renekton is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Cast is going
to try and trade his life in tier 2. He's gonna get the tier 2. Dominus popped. Hanan Pig unable to deal with this level 16 Crocodile, but he has the rest of his team there with him. It looks like Alphonse will just be abandoned. Starix pop. That is 4 players invested. Can they get anything on the other side of the map? Looks like there's no cross map available. A free pick, but probably worth it if I'm honest. Alphonse picking up 700 local gold from getting that tier 2 tower bot.
Yeah, that is a beefy croc. Like in those team fights, he's gonna be very hard to deal with because while you have a game-changing Bard ult, you also have a Renekton that can run through anyone. He doesn't have a lot of CC to stop him, right? So he's gonna be a pretty beefy boy with that Sterak's hits completed as well. He's gonna have that Black Cleaver. He's gonna be a menace. While on the other side, Ambessa is already a menace. Well, towards every single member of LEO, right? She just goes in, finds perfect ults, always at the tip. She knows her stuff and just destroys carries here and there. So Ruzeh is playing it very, very well to just get back on this map. The goal difference is growing closer and closer. Jhin is becoming stronger and stronger. Like, imagine this Jhin completing this IE. He's very, very close, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, should be.
Probably he needs like 300, 400 gold to complete that. We have a Baron that is up. Ruzeh has a lot of vision around it, so they can stay safe. They can farm until they get some core items completed. You need that IE on the Jhin to be able to just, well, proc that 444 headshot and destroy everyone in your path. Now, Syndra is here on the top side. Cast is a little bit ghosting Syndra to make sure that she's safe, although he doesn't have to do it, but they have no vision. They have no clue where Ruzeh is. While on the other side, look, if we can have the observers show us how you can see as the side of Ruzeh, you have vision everywhere, while the side of LEO has vision nowhere. So this is very,
their
very
control
good.
ward that was in that Baron pit has been destroyed. Looking to reset back onto this map. I wonder if the timing windows for LEO have passed. Gonna look to go down 30 seconds early to this dragon. One more mid-wave ready to be destroyed before they can head down. They have the prio on it. Runan's now up for the Cogmore, but you're slightly beyond that 2 item power spike. You're now on the 3 items. Everyone on your team is hitting that. There is no stronger time right now for LEO. Lilia, not quite at the Riftmaker, right? Everyone else, though, is there. If you can force this fight, it could be good, but it looks like it might be the Drake for Baron trade going to be taken. Ruzeh call the bluff. They know it's not sold.
Okay.
They're just going to go up to the Baron and say, you know what? You can have a dragon. We'll take 1,500 gold and insane map pressure for the next 3 minutes.
I mean, this is a beautiful heist coming in from Ruzeh. Like, this is insane game sense by them, and it's just part of the vision, man. They knew everything that was happening on the map, and they just said, you know what? We're going for the Drake. They're gonna actually do it. They cannot come to us, so let's do the Baron, and they take it away. Now, I'm very worried about Syndra, man. Look at her. She's almost close to the magic penetration. Yeah, oof, she's gonna be a menace. She will throw that R button. On the other side, I see zero magic resist, and I'm not sure if that is a good thing.
I mean,
well,
Lilia currently has the only deterrent, and that is going golden, right? The only way that anyone avoids this is either the Bard hits a crazy tempered fate timing, kind of predicts when the Syndra's going to use her R, or if it's used on the Lilia, she can self-peel, but no one else has that ability. Elio using the tempo advantage from going for the dragon, which is ending a little bit faster, to push through that mid-tier 2 while you were dissecting that trade. Now, with the tempo, with the pressure of this Baron, going to be looking to trade potentially side lane tier 2s.
Look at Elio.
Yeah, both solo laners invested onto the top side. They could look to push this further.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, going for Ruzeh, they get their own tier 2, and they're going to push straight onto this tier 3. We might even get some sort of weird facsimile of a base race going on right now, as mid lane is getting completely overloaded by Ruzeh. They're playing this map so well. Going to be mid tier 2, dropping to half. They have the cannon in the wave. Casto completely deletes the Bard off the map. Magical Journey unable to be used. He has just been deleted off the map. 2-man ultimate, huge sleep going away just to disengage from Empan. And also on the other side, the Ambessa, Hanan Pig, caught going too greedy, going the other way. Ends up being A 2 for 0. Elio could really look to force this now.
Yeah, they overextended way too much here, and they were running for their lives, and now Elio has the pressure. They can put some pressure onto the mid lane tower. They have a cannon wave coming up very soon behind them, so they can probably look to take an inhibitor as well. That's 2 inhibitors for 0 for the side of Ruzeh, and that's just insane turnaround for the side of Elio. In that fight, Kog'Maw, just this, if you saw, he opened up with the Milio W and he destroyed the XP bars, the HP bars for Bard, and who else was running? I think it was Milio, not Milio, sorry, Lilia. They were running for their lives, and then just you flash from the Darius, dunk, bye-bye. So very good defending there from the side of Elio. Now, as the game, right now, you have no objectives, right? You want both teams to just farm a little bit, not get caught anywhere, make sure you always ghost your carries as they are going to farm the lanes. And we'll see Ruzeh is moving on to this top side, yet they have the broken inhibitor in the mid lane, so they're sending the Jhin there, but I think they are a little bit overextended. They can get punished here, so they need to be a little bit careful and perhaps back off. They don't have to get caught here. So we're not going to see a lot happening for the next couple of minutes of the game. We have a Drake coming up, and that's a Soul. Elio will look to invest a lot on that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're missing a Drake at the top, because that's showing Elder in the top right. I'm wondering if they already have this Ocean Soul. Is 35 minutes, 5 Drakes sounds about right. I wouldn't be shocked if we somehow missed that on our overlay. Maybe the Atakan has taken the place of a dragon, trying to confuse us. Ooh. But if that is if that is Elder spawning in a minute, we could see a massive team fight. Can people hit those extra items just in time? It's going to be the Syndra right now. 4.5 items. Arm Guard for the self-peel. Void Staff up for the insane damage. If this Darius can get something like what looks to be the Sundered Sky, a couple hundred gold away is all he is. If he can reach it, it could be the turning point in this fight. As we see a bot side now, Kog'Maw going all in. Ambessa's there, TP invested. Kog'Maw barrier now, and that is an Ambessa overstaying her welcome. Could be Elder heading over for free to Elio, spawning in 15 seconds. Maybe they just ignore it.
Yeah, they're pinging the bot side inhibitors. They just want to get it pushed in. They want to get the inhibitor and have those minions just ramping in the mid lane and the bot lane. They're just gonna have minions everywhere, so it's gonna be very hard to contest that Elder Drake. Look, they're opening up everything. They want to clear the waves, but they can't.
Yeah, Jhin ult invested, Curtain Call just trying to get rid of that wave, but this humongous crocodile standing there at the front, ready to tank everything up. Still has Starex ready to go, Dominus going. Corki and Ambessa are both down. Right now it's on the Jhin alone to do the damage, and he doesn't have enough to get through these hyper carries. Bard gonna fall. Jhin left alone in the fountain with his centaur. Can they finish it right now? It looks like Elio should be able to take this game 1 away.
Wow, that was insane by them. After a very weird mid game, they just turned everything around, man, and they killed everyone in their paths. They made space, they found the kills, they found the picks, and they just, this Kog'Maw 1 versus 1 on the Bessa was just crazy, man. He did so much damage, and you see the late game value. He had the Omen, and he just was unkillable. Very insane play by Elio.
In fact, I believe we can have a look at that once more in just a second. That Kog'Maw able to survive the self-peel just from the barrier alone, able to draw it out until the Darius get over there. If we have a look, once more, we're going to see it from after that play, after the Ambessa is gone. Corki gets absolutely jumped on. Renekton W's over, slice and dice through, stun and pull. I mean, that's a nasty combo. We didn't even talk about that all game, but the Renekton able to force the immobility out. Darius hits the easy hook, and then they're running free under these turrets. No one from Ruzeh able to do a thing, and it's just the insane force and the free Nexus at the end of the game from what looked to be such an unassuming pick. I think we were still a little bit away from the Elder Dragon, even though it said it was spawning. I believe it was still about a minute away. So just able to get that pick off the side lane, no objective up or available, and they're able to manage just force something absolutely crazy. And
Yeah,
from out
I
of nowhere,
mean,
basically, they were ahead, but not. You wouldn't say they were that far ahead.
yeah, I mean, I said you need to be very careful to not get picked. You pointed out you have a Drake, you have an Elder Drake coming up. You cannot get picked in the side lane because that's going to mean a lot. Either you lose the Drake or you lose the game. And as soon as they picked Ambessa, you saw the pinks coming up. Let's go bot side, and they were not going for the inhibitor. They pinged to end the game. That was the communication. They knew they can do it. On the other side, they tried to stop the minions with that Jin ult invested with everything, but they knew that was going to happen, and they just threw the crocodile in. He flashed, he got the corki, and they just end the game right there on the spot. Very well played, very good communication, and well played by Elio to finish this game.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the stats now. The one Baron in the game heading over to Ruzeh somewhat oddly. You don't normally expect the single Baron taken by the losing side. Gold was so even, but the towers tell such a different story. The Grubs allowing all those towers to fall, and the Darius so potent early on, able to force whichever side he wanted. You pointed it out when they managed to get the early dragon with the Grubs. How rare that is. Usually that is the trade. You take, okay, I will get Grubs, you can get the dragon. But Lilia, unable to get there in time, forced away, and the early strength just kept snowballing it on, and it was met in the end by the end game strength. The Syndra
Yeah,
and the Cogmore, so strong.
the Syndra damage, man, that was insane. She did the most damage this game, and she just performed so well, just throwing those one shots at that crocodile, tanking everything. And I think, the Lilia going on the top side when they were doing those early void crabs was the doom for their side, for the objectives for their side, because she went in to help the Ambessa that she was struggling a lot, right? She was struggling a lot against the Renekton, and they thought, you know what, come a lane, let's do a lane gank. Perhaps we can get something out of it and have some breathing room for the Ambessa. But they didn't think that they were doing the void grabs all this time, and so she lost all that time. She clicked on that back button way too late, which gave a lot of time for the LEO lineup to just set up the Drake, have the the bot lane pushing up, and then have the Darius just going immediately towards the Drake. It's a very rare thing to do, but it's just a very bad read of the map for the side of Ruzeh. Now let's see what happens in game two, and I do not think that's gonna happen again because that's a lesson learned right there
Yeah, the Baron for Soul Trade, unable to work out for Ruzeh. They hoped the
as
Golden Fusion
well.
would help them, but Soul proving too strong in the end. As we have a look now over to the MVP, I believe there is a poll in Twitch chat right now. If you guys want to vote, who you think the best player was? Nike, what do you think?
I think, that's a very hard question. You know what? I loved how aggressive Darius was, but I would probably give it to Syndra. Syndra did quite a lot. She was like a silent assassin. She was always giving out as much damage as she could, even if she died a couple of times. She dished out a lot. So I would probably give it to her.
And that is indeed the vote chosen by Twitch chat. Forsland ending up the game
Nice.
7-2 and 3. A huge amount of damage as well. That side lane threat, just the ability to delete champs like the Corki. When you're playing something as squishy as an AD mid, it can be a kind of calamity to fall back onto, right? If you're getting bullied out in the side lane, you either have to swap over and say, "Oh, I'll take Corki into Renekton." That's not fun. Or I'm gonna die,
Yep.
and neither is a good outcome.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you had like it was a very bad place to be right there, and you just couldn't get out winning out of any situation. So I don't know. Leo just did insane to wrap this up at the end with their
Yeah.
picks.
Speaking of wrapping things up, we will wrap up for just a second. We'll be back after this break with Game 2. Hopefully, Draft lives up to how good Game 1 was from both sides. We'll be back in just a sec.
I can see the shadows look like you. I gotta forget, find something new. There's no going back for you and I, you and I. Don't know what you want, I need to know. Don't pick up the phone when I try to call. Tell me what is wrong, oh, what is right, what is right. 'Cause now it's too late, nah, 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 too late, nah, 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 too late, nah, 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 too late, nah, nah, now it's too late, nah, 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 too late.
Welcome back to the SOL. Today, our matchup of Elio versus Ruzeh is living up to the hype. First map taken by Elio. Can Ruzeh respond? Can Elio push their advantage? We will find out heading into this second game. Mikey, how are we feeling?
We're feeling amazing after the first game that we just saw, and I'm very eager to see what the bans are going to be like. We're probably going to see the Draven ban as a respect ban coming in, the Ivern coming in again from LEO. On the other side, the Jace perhaps is going to be taken away. Oh, there you see the Draven ban as a respect ban. The Jace might be taken away because he's a very strong pick, can be flexed as well. Maokai, we've seen it popping off recently in pro play. The Darius from Ruzeh being banned away. I love it.
The Noxian brothers are not allowed at all. Draven
Yeah.
Darius not happening today. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like Elio don't fancy playing into that Ambessa once more. Once was enough. Let's see what Elio choose to R1.
Well, they might go for. I don't know about Skarner, but he has been a very strong pick. Perhaps we can see that because he seems to be always banned in the pro scene, but we haven't seen either of these teams. Of course, the Jace, he didn't get banned. Why we didn't guess that? He, of course, is going to be first picked by the side of LEO. He can be flexed everywhere, so it's a very, very solid pick to have for your team. On the other side, the Corki, the Nocturne. Nocturne needs to be paired up with something aggressive, so I'm very eager to see if they're going to go for an Oriana, perhaps, or if they want to go for a combo, for a Syndra. While on the other side, the Vi is going to be locked in. She's not that good against the Nocturne, but she has a lot of lockdown potential.
I'd love to see Atilia right now. If you can get me Atilia Vi, I'm going to take the Varus. Do
Nah.
Ruzeh choose to get rid of that Talia? Do they take it for themselves? Or do they go more that Orianna route, as you were pointing out? Or do they want to keep that Corki flex available?
Oh, well, they're going in for the Camille, so they have the Nocturne Camille combo, which is a very, very good pick. Um, to have, well, a very good combo to have for your team. Now, to the bans, we're going to see that Renekton being taken away
That's an odd
for
choice.
Alphonse.
I guess
Yeah,
that
they have to do
Forsland
it.
can flex the Jace mid.
Well, yeah, I think it's very, very easily flexed. That's why they are banning top laners right now. Perhaps they want to force Alphonse to play that. Maybe they have a surprise for us for that mid lane matchup. Now, you have the Aurora. She was about to be taken last game by LEO, but they opted in for the Syndra. But this time, Ruzeh is going to lock that in. Now you have a Varus. You want to probably go for a Rel here. Braum is very good. Nautilus hasn't been taken away, so be careful because both teams can play it. And we're going to see the Rat coming in, perhaps for Alphonse. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's going to be
Ruzeh
locked in.
predicting where the Jace is going to perfection. Unfortunately for them, Alphonse is amazing at these rat champs in the top lane. The AP carry fight champs like the Kennen, like the Rumble as well. He has been strong on as the final pick. Scripto is a big fan
Yes.
of this pike. Is he going to pull it out, or is he just baiting us to go to the
Oh,
Rakan?
no, that was a bait. I was very, very hyped about the pike, but to be honest, Rakan is perhaps a little bit more useful, especially in team fights than Pike. He's more of a solo queue champ, and especially when you have paired up with the Varus, you gotta love the Rakan with that pick because she offers a lot of protection. She has a lot of engage, so. I see he also plays Rakan, like his second most played champ is Rakan. So I think it's a very, very good pickup from there. And on the other side, you have the Rel. Now, talking about hard matchups, man, this is gonna be for both sides. Top side, Kennen against Camille. I cannot imagine being Camille early on, man.
Yeah, ranged top into melee never is the fun side to be when you're on that melee. But on the bot side, the Rel taken last, I feel like the Rakan lane should be able to get a lot of that early prize, especially with something like that Varus, even into the Corki, which is so strong at trading at those early levels. A very interesting and dynamic lane to play out, but as the game progresses, the engage value from the Rel is so huge. And sure, you're into Rakan Vi, a great combo of CC themselves, but nothing compares to having the Magnet Storm and just piling all of your buttons into the same place.
Yep. I mean, you know what, the bot lane matchup, I think it's going to be hard, but I don't know why. I do feel that Corki Rail have a lot of burst damage. Like as soon as you have a Rail hitting a stun and Corki following up with the Valkyrie, even just Valkyrie in, he does so much damage recently, and it seems like a champ that Riot doesn't want to nerf. That base damage, that penetration that he has with his E. So I don't know, even though I'm inclined to believe that Varus Rakan do have some priority, they need to be careful because Varus is also quite immobile and he can get caught very, very easily by the Rel in that 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately we had someone disconnect from the lobby, so we will be just a second as we refire this one up. So we have a couple more minutes to talk through this early game. How dominant this Kennen should be into the Camille cannot be understated. The range advantage with the stun into something with, sure, a bit of mobility on the Camille, but so vulnerable early levels as well. If the Kennen can get some help, this Camille could go even further behind than we saw the Ambassador drop, and it might just be too far to get back into this.
Yeah, I mean, Camille will have a very hard time, but level 6, they do have a lot of luck lock. They can just lock the cannon in. They can kill him. Like they both have a lot of damage. I don't think Cannon has a lot of capabilities to just kill both of them when they're going in. But he's also a very good disengager. Now, if the Camille locks him in, it's gonna be very, very hard to get out. And I do think that it's very valuable as well in team fights when you have a Camille that is a little bit tanky. She can lock in the engage from the other team, such as the cannon. That's gonna be pretty big for her team, for her carries to keep doing damage over time, which is ultimately the goal here. Now, I do think that Cannon will need some help from his jungle because I think that he's gonna get ganked quite a lot. He's a little bit vulnerable early on. If you get hit by a Noxian Q, he can follow up with that fear that it's just undodgeable almost always, and he's just gonna be in a lot of trouble. So early on, I think junglers will have a lot of impact with their moves around the map, but also laners need to be very respectful on how they play the lane because last game we saw Alphonse on the Crocodile. We know that it's like 50-50 with the Ambessa, but he just destroyed the lane straight up from minute one. You cannot let that, well, not minute one, but minute three. So you cannot let that happen again because you lose a lot of pressure. And that ended up being a very like the doom for their early game for the side of Ruzeh last game. So they need to be careful on how they handle that.
Yeah, and we are back in, hopefully not too much longer now. Just gonna have that small spectator delay before we're able to get back in. There is the draft once more on our screens. If we have a look back to this mid matchup, the Aurora into the Jace, I don't really know how this one goes. I feel like Jace has the range advantage when he wants it. The trading is so strong as well. Can the Aurora stick around in this type of lane?
Yeah, I don't know. Aurora is going to be pretty safe. She can farm once, as soon as she has 3 points in her queue, she can farm quite safe. She has that dash that she can use to just go invisible anytime she wants. It has a fairly low cooldown, like 13 seconds. Now, on the other side, Jace has low cooldowns, has a lot of early damage. He can get in your face. So that means that he can move around the map way easily, and he can also go with the Vi to just find the enemy jungler, find the Nocturne, make sure that he doesn't get ahead, make sure that he has some XP advantage as well. And as soon as Vi hits that level 6, I don't know, Aurora is going to be in a lot of trouble. So Aurora early on, as we all know, not a very strong champion. Now, as the game progresses, she becomes kind of a menace for everyone to handle, right? Because she moves around, she just goes invisible on assists, on kills. She has that ult that she just goes from side to side. You have no clue where she's at. So she does provide a lot of confusion and a lot of value for her team. But you need to be careful because those need to be team fights where you actually try to do that, because alone it's going to be very hard to do much. She has to stay safe.
Yeah, and I think teamfight is the word of this game. Having a look
Yeah.
at both sides, we are going to have some absolute brawls breaking out across the map. The 5v5 is so even. When everyone has their ultimates, the Magnet Storm plus the In-Between Worlds, that is a great combo just to put out an insane amount of damage. Adding on the Nocturne into the Camille flying over the top, Corki raining down rockets. It looks terrifying. But on the other side, you have an electric rat, and that's not much nicer.
Yeah, that is very, very true. I mean, the rat can provide one shots where you don't even expect it. So I mean, they both teams have a lot of value, and I think noses are gonna be broken in those brawls. It's gonna be very, very brutal and very fun to watch for us. We're gonna see a lot of one shots. We're gonna see a lot of fighting. We're gonna see a lot of all lanes by both teams, and I'm very eager to see the AD carries in this state because you have four champs from each side that want to go in. And then you have a Varus and the Corki. I'm very eager to see what they're gonna just do in those team fights, or are they're gonna be just there to watch what happens and have some fun with their team.
I think
So
what they're going to do in the team fights is die. That's typically
Yeah.
how it goes right now. I think if Elio can set up around the objectives first, they have the poke, right? Jace and Varus combined against 5 squishy champs at the end of the day. The Rel is going to be the tankiest champ on the side of Ruzeh, and it's a support. It's not going to be that tanky. If you can get your poke out, you might be able to push Ruzeh off these objectives before they can just press R and win the fights. Because if you don't get that poke on the other side of things, your Varus gets eaten by the Nocturne. Your Jace
Yeah,
has no escape.
I
The
am
Kennen might have
agreeing with you.
Zhonya's,
Well,
and that's kind of it.
I think we need to see the Varus build as well. I think he's gonna go for the lethality, right? I don't
I think he has
see
to.
any value coming in from the attack speed. Now, if he goes lethality, his value goes up. Corki matches him on level 16. Even level 11, he's pretty good, but level 16 is where he can match kind of the poke of the lethality Varus. We all know level 13, especially as soon as he maxes those 2 spells and he has that ult, he's very hard to deal with because you just get executed from the other side of the map. You don't see those. You just see arrows flying in and your HP getting cut in half. So it's very annoying to play against that. You have a Jace that he can amplify the speed of those spells as well. So it's gonna be. I'm very eager to see how they're gonna play it. It's gonna be very fun because you're gonna have to just play dodgeball all around.
Yeah, and as you right said, Ruzeh will be playing dodgeball, but can they dodge vision? Can they
Ooh,
get around?
true.
If they can find the angles with something like maybe a hex flash over the wall from the Rel, right? Just an idea of getting an angle that wasn't expected, closing the gap too fast before that poke can land. I think if they're able to press all their buttons, there's no way that the Magnet Storm plus the Aurora in between worlds combo doesn't completely delete this Elio squad. The only way
Yeah.
around it for them is to force them away from the fights in the first place.
Nah, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, how many times have we all seen the Rel flashing in and just getting a 5-man and destroying the team fights? How many times have we seen that in pro play, in semi-pro play, in games that we've casted, even in solo queue? That champion has insane potential, and she has insane CC, a lot of setup. She can do whatever she wants as soon as he hits that flash button. Game on. So as you pointed out, you have the Aurora following up, throwing those missiles. So a lot can happen in a team fight.
And we will see if it can live up to the potential as we head our way onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of this series between Elio and Ruzeh coming out onto the fountain. Here we go.
We are ready. I'm very eager to see. Varus went for no. Come on, man. I think that's kind of it. Varus went for the lethal tempo. We see grasp on Jace. Pretty interesting. I think grasp is very good against tanks. If you're playing against Nocturne Aurora, you need to go for the face rush. You need the movement speed. You need to be able to get in and out as fast as possible. But besides those 2 weird runes, I really hate the Varus lethal tempo. I don't see anything else weird in all around.
Yeah, and I will have a counterpoint to your Jace argument. I think if anyone is going to survive the onslaught of the Rel combined with the Aurora, it is a Jace with a free 200 HP from his runes and whatever else he's building, likely things like the Cleaver, very common.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. If he can survive, then he can go melee form and will have so much more output than if he was just squishy and glass cannon. So we'll see how they can impact this.
Do you think that he's gonna go for the tank build?
I don't think he is full tank here. I think they need the poke, especially now that Varus is not poke himself. But I see Cleaver being pretty common. And, I mean, free trading like that, it just getting an auto off and it enhances your trading pattern. Meanwhile, bot side already cleanse has to be invested to get away from the ignite, and he nearly falls already. Level 1 Slendu minus the summoner, but did cost Vesselnik's flash to get in and the ignite, in fact. So not a bad trade of summoners, but the bad trade instead comes from the early CS, the early level, the early XP free farming right now for Ruzeh, and a rough start to this game for Slendo.
Yeah, very, very rough start. I told you the power of the Corki rail, they can just both go in. And Corki is just, he's disgusting, man. That jump needs to be nerfed because he has so much damage, so much penetration early on that it's just unplayable. You cannot. They did a very bad thing trying to fight because you have a Rakan level 1. How much can she do? But still, disgusting jump. Now Varus went back to the lane. Luckily, he has the movement speed, so he didn't really lose a lot. But again, they need to be very, very careful. On the other side, you have Vi just pathing top side, so she wants to ghost perhaps the rat. But Nocturne will be very close to the bot side. You have no cleanse on the Varus. You have flash on Rel. So I do think that an early gank can happen here. They have no
And
vision.
this wave's coming back under. They're forced forwards. No cleanse on the Varus. Forced to flash already. Fear instead going onto the Rakan instead of the Varus. An interesting choice there. Rakan still has both summoners up and available as the Nocturne skipped a couple camps to get that gank off, but that is a second summoner gone for this Varus, as the wave will now be stuck on the Ruzeh side of the rift. Alphonse on the other end, Hex, the wall dive coming straight in from Hanan Pig, and he is winning that trade right now. But I mean, they have to be so careful pushing up this top trade as well. Both sides of the map kind of in turmoil. Hanan Pig has to be so careful right now. Cast is in the area, ready to flash Q over the wall if he wants to. Met on the other side by the threat of the Nocturne coming down bot with the wave going under. Nice stun. Alphonse can the wall dive instead go over.
They can dive.
Flash out from Alphonse, but there comes the Vi with the flash Q over the wall. First blood picked up onto Hanan Pig. It costs 2 flashes for LEO. Not the best situation, but it is still first blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's still first blood. I think they can. Oh,
That's
she's in
too far
trouble.
for Rakan. Gonna be forced away down to under 100. Ignite ticking away, but the Corki is not much healthier. No mana left either. Just about able to dodge away from the hail of arrows. That could have been game-changing for Slendo. Able to turn this lane around so early with some great trades onto the other team's ADC. And it looks like it's going to force the back right now. Corki obviously wants to back early for the tier anyway. So it's not the worst-case scenario, but that's probably going to be most of this cannon wave falling, with Vesselnik unable to catch any of it.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very unfortunate. Oh,
Nice tempo
they
stop.
can probably get a kill. Nah, never mind. I think they could have looked to turn immediately because they knew that Rel is going to go for that stop, but they didn't really did it on time, so nothing out of that. You see Vampiric Scepter on the Varus right now. He's going to go for the Blade of the Ring King as a first item. I do think that it's very strong. He gives you that extra movement speed whenever you need it. So it's going to be very hard to deal with as a Rel because you have that extra XP. It works a lot against high XP. No, not XP, sorry, HP targets. So it's going to be a very good buy as soon as he gets it. And, well, Corki Rel, they can be kind of stopped, right? When you use your ult correctly as a Varus, if you use your
Such nice movement. Vesselnik with the sidestep on the grand entrance. Nothing going to be happening out of that trade, but we go back to your point.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Rakan that she can just throw the ult, throw the knock-up, and you can just turn anything around or even engage with both your ults. And they have so much damage with those stacks that Varus has. As you just
I think
saw.
that was Camille flash top lane, by the way. Camille forced away. I think they might have even seen Vi on vision by the Void Grub pit. Camille got scared away, saw there was an opportunity for Cast to queue over the wall, and that will be Hanan Pig's flash going down. Pressure on top side in the favour of LEO. Traded on the other side, though, by Ruzeh picking up that first Drake of the game. No Ocean Soul this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, this time they did very good on at least securing one objective while the other is getting taken by LEO here. So I'd say it's not a bad trade, but whenever you have your lanes being pushed like this, Varus is going to slowly push push the Corki and the Rel out of the lane because if they're... Ooh, we might have a fight
Flash
here.
in, Valkyrie up to
Oh, they can
grand
turn, they can
exit away
turn.
from the Rakan, and as you say, they have to be careful now. The Vamp Scepter provides so much sustain in this lane. If they can't find these early kills, the Varus will win out in these trades over the long run. Not much
Exactly.
health lost though, so nothing, all too bad. And it was only the Hex Slash invested, and that can be brought up once more. As meanwhile, Nocturne, going to be coming in. There's going to be a tower
what?
dive. That Base Hunter is under there too. They should be able to get this with the Camille ultimate. Hanan Pig able to escape as well. Doran's shield providing a little bit of extra HP. And okay, it cost the Nocturne his life, but that's an assist on that hyper scale. We need to get there fast, get the kills with our ultimates. Hyper jungler.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not a very bad trade, and he locked the quick back here so he can move towards the bot side. He might look to help alleviate some pressure, perhaps do a quick gank here on the bot side, or
tower,
at least
by
show
the
some
way.
presence. Look at that! Yes, that's actually insane from Jace. That's why they
Plates
prioritized
already
it.
collected by Forsland. He used his TP at the start of the game to go back for that tier as soon as he could. He has very offset TP timers from the Aurora on the other side, and it's allowed him to really push in this turret, especially with that roam coming in. And it only cost your Kennen death, which isn't great. But he got a kill back, so he's fine. He'll be fine.
Exactly. I mean, it was a 1-for-1 and 3 plates. He has 800 gold lead. I'd take that any day. They prioritize. They first picked Jace. That means that we have some fighting in the top side, but Camille doesn't have ult, so nothing much happening there. Now, back to my point is, Jace was first picked, so that means that LEO really value this pick. They know how to play it, and they're showing it. Because he has that much lead, he has a lot of lane presence, he has a CS difference as well, and he's just gonna become a beast as the game progresses. Now, we pointed out that the Aurora is gonna struggle early on, right? She doesn't have cooldowns, Jace is just way too quick for her, so she has to keep up a little bit in the CS department. But if you fall... Ooh, the Rat is going very aggressive, but I don't think he wins those trades.
I mean, the Sheen is now unlocked for Hanan Pig, and he is using it to the best of his ability. Forsland, meanwhile, in the mid lane, low on mana, doesn't want to be trading too hard here. Has a TP. Base Hunter can stop one more back. Looks like he has managed to. Maybe he can offset these timers just enough to push the wave in, get a free recall off for himself while the Jace uses the TP. Meanwhile, Alphonse forced to back is cancelled in the top side once more. No TP for him, so he's going to be stuck here. Meanwhile, looks like the Nocturne's looking to lane gank potentially.
Yeah, I told you that they're gonna look to do that top gank all the time, and it's
They're going to ult
happening
under
again.
tower. He's
Yeah,
half
yeah,
HP.
yeah, they're gonna go for it. They have to
He
go
has
for it
ult,
now.
Hextech, wall dive, going in. Ultimatum used as well. Empan is going to survive this time, but Hanan Pig is going to be the sacrifice. Feat of Warfare heading over LEO, picking it up off of 2 semi-successful dives, I want to say.
Yeah, I think they just wanted the feet, to be honest. The 3 kills for the feet, and they knew that both side might be in trouble. You see, Vi is very close, so she can gank at any point. Now, Vi is going towards that mid lane. I don't think anything can happen here, but you never know.
Base Hunter could step up too far. He has Between Worlds available. Flash Q invested, but W away from the Aurora. Gonna escape freely, and that is a absolutely crucial summoner taken away from Cast. His ability to fight around these Void Grubs, which have just spawned, is greatly diminished. Looks like he's gonna go in for it though. Maybe, I mean, he has the presence. His laners are there to protect him. It looks like Empan might just be forced to try and snipe one away with a smite.
Oh my
He's gonna
god,
be
the
pushed away.
damage.
Alphonse, he's just doing so much damage on this mid-game Kennen. Already has the Leandries brought up. And yeah, that is going to be what looks like 6 grubs heading over to Cast and LEO.
You see that they brought the bot lane as well for those, right? They really value the Void Grubs. They know that the Void Grubs are going to be key to actually not win, but get as much as they can out of the early game and mid game. Now you have 2 minutes for the plate still. Mid tower is almost down, and they do love the feats. Like the boots here are insane, man. If you get swiftness on the cannon, perhaps, or something like the penetration boots, because they are so strong.
Ultimate invested quickness going in. Chains of Corruption onto this Corki. He has no cleanse. Varus with the piercing arrow, unable to quite take him out. Hail of Varus not enough. And going to be the flash away from both sides. Flash now in. Grand Entrance going to get the kill, but it's going to be traded by the Nocturne. Invests the Darkness, which I'm not sure is probably necessary there. But a kill nonetheless, and it's on the Hextech alternator timer. Sorry, experimental hexplate timer. So it could be worse. A decent trade at the end of it. And
yeah, but I think
actually went over to the Rakan as well.
Yeah, but I think Elio gets a lot because the Varus is just free. Oh, well, they get the Drake, they get the ult for just a Rakan pick, I guess. You have the CS going more and more in favor of the Varus. So I do think they get just a small lead out of this. It's a free Drake as well. They have the feats right now. I think they have the feats, right? They should have, because they have 3 objectives.
Yes, the Varus has his upgraded Greaves.
Exactly. So look, you have Varus already already swiftness boots from the Rakan. I'm very eager to see what everyone else is gonna pick, but they are so strong. They provide a lot of value, especially if you upgrade them. So they do see the value, and they make sure that they get those.
Yeah, and I will counterpoint that play bot side, though. It was the flash invested off of the Varus. The immobile carry only has a cleanse to self-heal, only really has a Rakan to knock up any potential suitors. It's gonna be a rough 5 minutes now for this Varus. If a team fight breaks out, if Ruzeh can use this Nocturne Darkness to really get on top of him, it could just be completely game-shattering to put this Varus further behind. Still not quite at the Blade of the Ruin King spike just yet, as he did decide to go for those boots instead, as Vasselnik will be forced to retreat from that wave by the mere presence of the Rakan.
They are so
as well.
aggressive, man.
And the Chains of Corruption's going to go in. Magnet Storm on the other side. This Rel has all the passive stacks locked up. If this Varus had a Blade of the Ruin King, that would have been a kill.
Just
but
kill her.
Not quite enough. The piercing arrow takes the Rel of Snokken down to about 50 HP. Heals up quite a lot afterwards from those refillable pots, but the difference that having the item to not having the item makes is so crucial in these moments. Slendu not quite at that Blade of the Ruin King spike just yet, and he is unfortunately not going to pick up an even bigger gold lead as a result of it.
Yeah, but I do think he stopped hitting. I think there was a miscommunication there, because he stopped hitting the rail and he started hitting the Corki. So perhaps Rakan called the Corki target, and that was the doom, because a couple of more hits were very easy onto the rail, and then the execute from
Hit
the
the plant.
arrow. Oh, the plant! Why no one does the plant? I think they did it.
Over the wall.
Oh, Jace might be in
Rel
trouble.
up
He has
into
the
mid,
flash, and he
unfortunately
just
misses
moves
with the
away.
crash down. Forslund
I
walks
don't think
away
they can do
scot-free.
anything, man.
I hope they hit that plant. That was a 3 flower plant.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gone. There it is. And the return onto this Kennen, the 3rd time this game. Can the Slicing Maelstrom keep him alive? No, it cannot. This time doesn't get the return pick either. They are doing everything they can to put this Kennen further and further behind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Rakan and Jace linking up. Vi not quite able to reach the Aurora. Q landing centimeters short of Base Hunter there, who will escape pretty
Varus?
safely. Slendu on the top
And
side
he-
has Chains of Corruption, but doesn't have the flash to gap close. Hanan Pig has Hookshot Wall Dive to disengage, and the blue trinket will be used just to confirm what they already know. This Camille is way out of the fight. A lot of turret damage going to go over. 6 grubs as well. Could look for first turret. Meanwhile, Rakan forced to disengage with the grand entrance. Can the Rel track him down? I mean, they're hugging each other in the river. Gorky is right there. What is going on right there? They're looking for the Varus instead.
Yeah.
Flash still not up. Hookshot wall dive over the top. Hits the stun. No chance here at all. Cleanse going to be chosen to be used. And that's an odd choice by Slendu. already dead. Hextech Ultimatum not even needed. I feel like if you're going to cleanse, you have to cleanse the initial wall dive.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, oh, what happened
Meanwhile,
here?
mid lane, Cast gonna find Empan. Empan will find his fellow jungler in the middle of his own jungle, but Alphonse will take the return kill. We didn't catch that in real time, but that is a third kill going over to this Kennen. And he might be 500 gold down, respected to his lane partner, but he is by no means out of this game. A very strong rat right now, with the Leandries
exactly.
and the upgraded Sork shoes as well.
Yeah, you saw how much
God,
how
Camille.
much focus he got on the top side. He was just getting dove over and over again. So the Camille has a beautiful score, or 4-2-0 right now.
420 and 2 items at 17 minutes 40 seconds. This Camille, if they want to force a fight ever in this game, right now is an amazing time. If they can look around this Rift Herald. Varus stepping up too far.
Varus, where are
Hextech
you,
Ultimatum
brother?
invested. The Darkness going in as well. He is caught in the middle of nowhere. Slendu with the second death of the game, and it feels like that was a very avoidable one.
That was just a misstep. Complete misstep from Varus. He shouldn't be there because he knows you have a Varus, you have a Nocturne, you have a Camille that they can just jump on you. So you're not safe if you don't see anyone in your vision, in your map. So unfortunate there by the Varus to step up, and a very good kill. I think they invested way too much. Like the Nocturne ult was just an overkill there, but nonetheless they are gonna get the free Herald here, while on the other side you're gonna have LEO stacking up those tricks. Well, they're gonna at least try to stack up those tricks once again, as they did last game.
Yeah. I think we have a slight glitch in the overlay as Rakan performs a slight glitch of his own. I believe there was a dragon taken earlier. I saw the mountain at the top of the screen. It has
same.
disappeared now. So I wonder who got that second Drake. We didn't catch it because so much other things have been happening. As a result of the dragon play, the Rakan falling in the mid lane, that gives the side of... I completely forgot the name. Sorry.
Ruzeh.
There we go. Ruzeh have managed to take their tempo and get that mid-tier 1, which opens up the map, as is so crucial when you're looking to get to these objectives first, which you have to do.
Yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna go back to one thing, because I do think that it's destroying a little bit the side of Elio. Varus should definitely have gone for the Comet, man. He should have gone lethality.
Even if you had the wrong runes, even if you had lethal tempo, just build it anyway.
Yeah,
There's no one that you need to lethal tempo into. You're not going to get the stacks on the lethal tempo when everyone dies in 4 autos.
Exactly. You just saw what can happen to you. You have, first of all, Nocturne, if he pops up the ult, even if he doesn't go on you, he's just you're not gonna see anything. Everything's dark, so you're not gonna be hitting anyone. I don't like that choice made by Varus, and I do think that it's gonna actually cost them quite a lot. Lethality would be way more worth here. Now, Jace is pretty strong at this point of the game. We're in the mid game. We don't see Aurora doing that much right now, but we are seeing the Jace being a menace just anywhere that he stands. No one
There
can
is the
actually
second
face
item as well. Looks like
Yeah.
there's potential all-in. Alphonse going to be forcing Base Hunter right away, and Cast is under this tower. Either this tower dies or Base Hunter does, possibly even both.
Good night,
Cease and
sweet
desist,
prince.
grand entrance, disappearo, Aurora.
Even the Varus Q, man, it just came after he died, just to make sure. That was a very clean dive made by Elio,
And it's going to be Nocturne invested mid lane, by the way. The mid-tier 1 has gone down, going on to Forsland. Empan unable to finish off the Jace. Maybe... I mean, the Kennen is backing to try and stop this bot tier 2 falling. But that's Rudis Atakan going over for literally a bot tier 1 right now. Unless the Camille can finish off this play, push herself even further ahead, but this tower shouldn't be going down anytime soon. Slicing Maelstrom invested, and this is Han and Pig going down for nothing.
No way.
Flash, double flash. Oh no, Alphonse unable to quite finish it off. I have to eat my words. Han and Pig escapes. How has he managed to escape from that? No one knows. Varus
Yeah, that
pushing
was-
the way topside. And how? How and how?
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, he was very lucky to escape that. A very good flash, instinctive flash, and Alphonse was just a millisecond too late on his flash to kill the Camille. So a very good pick here coming in, I guess, for the side of Ruzeh, but still. The game is quite even. You see 9 kills for their side, 6 on the other for the side of LEO.
Scoreboard is
but-
blessing us today.
yeah, but the goal the goal difference is still for the side of LEO, even though it's small. And you see the Jace value, you see the Cannon value, the Vice becoming very strong with the Unending Despair. And as soon as the fights come out, I don't know if Ruzeh have the tools to actually do a lot, unless, well, you have a Varus. If he doesn't do anything in the fight, then yeah, it's gonna be very hard for Elio to actually do much. Nocturne popping that R, even if he doesn't go on the Varus, it doesn't matter because, as I said, you're not gonna be able to hit anyone. You're not gonna be able to stack the Blade of the Ruined King. You're not gonna be able to stack the Lethal Tempo. It's just gonna be you're gonna be useless champ. So
Yeah.
It's a very
I'm forced
double-edged
to agree
sword.
for now. I'm kind of shocked this Corki's still only on the Triforce. If he can hit this Manamune soon, he'll be good looking good. I think that's a solo bolo in the top side. Alphonse on the Kennen completely ignores his wave. Meanwhile, mid now, cease and desist, Chains of Corruption in, Nocturne into a
Oh my
1v4.
God.
That's not a good Darkness unless they can turn this play. Huge Magnet
No.
Storm under the turret. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be thrown out. Hannah and Pig unable to do anything. They're diving under this tier 2. Snocken gets 1 in return, but this is a huge play for Elio.
yeah, I mean, they got 2 picks, 2 very quick picks, and I don't know, Ruzeh just went in for no reason right there. They got a core. Let's see on the replay because this was so well played.
Visselnik
by
overstepping
Vi.
his
Look at
bounds.
it, overstepping
Cast.
immediately.
What he's loving these flash Qs this game, and the instant burst coming in, the accelerated shock blast added with the Chains of Corruption, impossible to miss. Hammerform used to keep that Nocturne away from his tower, to stop charging up the turret shots. The Hextech Ultimatum employed just to kind of push people around. Couldn't quite finish off the Varus. One more auto, he would have gone down to that turret shot. And then the resets from the kills, giving him so much attack speed to really chew through that turret. And this game, which was so even a minute ago, is now a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this was a very well executed play by LEO. Vi found an insane pick there, and it just went downhill from that on. Now, Corki not having a cleanse here really costed the team. If Corki had cleanse, I think it would be a completely different story. And losing the Aurora in the side lane to the Rat like that just that is so sad for their side. Now, the Drake here, they're fighting for a little bit of vision, but I don't think you can face check LEO at all. While on the other side, LEO is just moving in, face checking everything, clearing vision, and they're just gonna get this Drake for free. They have 3 Drakes, they have the map move, the map control, they have every single tool they want to just dictate the pressure.
Empire has to be
on the
careful
map.
here. He's gone deep. He doesn't have a
Very
tier 2
deep.
to defend himself. Meanwhile, the Magnet Storm on the other side, between worlds employed. Base Hunter finds the Vi. Alphonse uses the Slicing Maelstrom, but it looks like it's just for disengage. Meanwhile, Hextech Ultimatum employed to try and find this Kennen. Will lock him down. The Zonya's unable to provide the self-heal needed, and this is a great turnaround played instead from Ruzeh this game. This game's so wide open. And that's Baron as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely... Well, ooh, that was a very nice cue.
We might need to keep a corner going up because this is a huge play going in right now. I'll let you lead us through it.
Yeah, exactly. I think they just did. Look at the beautiful combo coming in from the Aurora and the
They're
Realm
engaged on this, by
to
the
just
way.
destroy everyone. What's happening in the real
Rakan
game?
is one hit. Hanan Pig able to get onto his target. Forslun next in line, unless Splendu instead is gonna go down. Base Hunter chases it, finds the kill with the Aurora. Hookshot wall dive over the top. Forslun is next to fall. That is the world's slowest ace coming out from Ruzeh, and is Baron not taken
don't
just yet,
think-
but it's 3 more kills, and the gold is even once more.
Yeah, but I don't think you can go as Ruzeh, you can go to the Baron side right now, because if you
Might be able
do...
to reset and just get back out. Look, Jace's got 30
You are-
seconds.
Yeah, but you are risking a 50-50. I don't know. Vi can just get in there. You have the... Also,
Yeah,
the
Magnus.
Rat has ult, has flash. He can also actually rip apart a lot of people. So they're gonna look for it, but I do think that it's a 50-50 situation, and that's never a good thing. Oh no, they're gonna leave
It looks like it's going to be given up, but there are ways for Ruzeh to play this where they can turn it from a
Things are coming
50-50
in.
and something a lot more in their favor. The Cannon's there, the Rakan is there for
Things are
vision,
coming
Darkness. Just going to keep them away. Hookshot wall dive over the top. Hextech ultimatum onto the Rakan. Quickness is used, but he is just running around in that little circle.
out.
Meanwhile, cease and desist onto the Corki. Camille is shut down by the Kennen. Snooken gonna go down too. Visselnik
flash.
gonna have to flash. I think Cars can probably chase here. Flash himself in 7
seconds on the flash of Vi.
Nice destruction of the barrier, but the huge blast cone away. It will be Baron, but it's not a healthy Baron. Going over 3 alive to maintain it. And it should be mid in him as well right now. This is going to give great pressure, even against the Baron, to look for this soul in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, what they can do is go to the top side, get a little bit of vision, and just back out because they have the soul. Then you can move as a team, get some bot side vision, make sure you clear all those wards, and then try and, well, not contest, but try to get the Drake for yourself. But they are not backing away, and I see
That's a
some
TP
peaks
investor.
coming in.
They find the Vi in the middle of nowhere. TP about to dash. She's actually stucky around there to get rid of the ward. This is a ballsy play from Cast. Hookshot wall dive over the top, flash out. Gonna go to safety. Empan use the darkness,
way.
unable to quite connect.
No way.
Cast will escape. If Empan had used that ultimate at the right time, he could have chased over the top with that with the flash. Meanwhile, mid lane, just a little bit of posturing, fighting around this prio. This jungle belongs to Ruzeh right now. Rakan knows that Scripto's gotta be careful. Rel wants to enforce the laws of the jungle. Scripto doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to stand up against this authority, and will back down eventually. Top tier 2 looking to be the reward with the Baron. Alphonse has to be careful now as he is left alone, and this turret is not going to be here much longer. You got to run away, little rat. Can they engage off the back of this? Scripto, oh my god, the hookshot wall dive over the top. But the grand entrance away.
That was an
time to breathe.
insane sequence. I mean, I'm lost because I don't know what's happening right now. You have a lot of fighting for a vision ward that you don't really care as Elio. Right now, you need to go bot side as they're doing. As I said, move towards bot side as a team, get vision. You have the Drake, you need the Drake right now.
And they need to be at these objectives first, because they have so much
Exactly.
more presence when they're there first.
Exactly. As a team, if they move, they are kind of unbeatable right now. They have a lot of peel for their carries as well. They have a lot of movement speed, a lot of lockdowns, and they might look to find the pick here.
Past connects onto the Rebel. Darkness invested. Magnet Storm just onto the Vibe, but she's able to get out with the cease and desist over the top, but gets completely obliterated by the Corki. Meanwhile, Forsland is going low. Base Hunter even lower, but the Rakan has his head taken off clean by the meal. Slicing Maelstrom, gonna go in. Madness all over the place, but this is actually turning around. The carries stay alive for Elio, and they are able to change the course of the fight just as it was looking so dire. They might even be able to push for the end. They can't stay for the soul here. Ruzeh have to protect their base, which is going to give over the soul instead to Elio's. We'll get a replay. Have it look back through the list.
Look at this. I mean, the virus did so much work. He's untouchable. The initial play happened, and unfortunately, they got a kill. But when they went in, they beat a little bit too much, as the virus is free hitting all this time. He has the cleanse, and he's just destroying everyone that goes in. He gets the double kill, and they win the fight. Subsequently, they're gonna get, yes, they got also the Drake. Insane positioning by the virus there to just destroy everyone from the side of Ruzeh. Now, Camille also did a pretty cute one-shot there with her true damage. I mean, that was insane on their chase. No, not the J. Sorry, the rat, the cannon. She just popped him out of the fight. That was very fun to watch. Now we have a Baron coming in 1 minute and 30 seconds for the Baron. As you can see, LEO is moving very well on that. They're not gonna do anything here. They're getting the vision. They know that they have the presence. They have also the lead in the perfect place. So you have your carries very, very well fed. So they can actually do whatever they want. They have the control on the map and they're gonna look to get the bot side tier 2 tower. After that, they're gonna probably back away and look for that Baron. It's coming up in 1 minute, so they need to be very careful not to overextend here. Camilo's going in.
He's going onto the Varus, but he has an Hourglass.
No way.
Nocturnal invested too, cannot find anyone.
He's
the
crazy.
clean disengage coming out and the potential for the re-engage as
Oh,
well.
Aurora.
Redemption popped. Scripto going down
one is
low.
hitting her.
Magnestorm just to keep the Vi locked under the turret. They're diving this and they're going to win out. The slicing Maelstrom is absolutely humongous and it is a clean 5-0. The ace to end the game. TP's into the mid lane and that is LEO winning the series 2-0.
My god, what was that combo coming in? Did you just see the damage coming in from the rat? I hope we can get a replay because I am in awe, bro. That was crazy from the side of LEO. Beautiful combo. I was a little bit it was a little bit weird because you saw, look, no one was hitting. Look at this beautiful stopwatch by the
I wanted to
Varus.
bring your attention. I saw it on the map, but we
Look
didn't
at
quite have the time
Aurora.
to bring it. And then,
No one is hitting her.
yeah, I mean, Slender is right next to Base Hunter. Aurora not quite able to get that burst, not as fed as they had to be this game to kill that Varus by themselves, and the slicing Maelstrom over the top obliterates the rest of the cast. And
Oh my
It's
god,
just-
Alphonse was crazy with this one, man.
yeah, I mean, he's been so solid. Both games, either dominating his
Wow.
lane or when he's put behind, still finding ways to have a huge impact on the outcome. That's what you
That
want from
was-
a Kennen, right?
Yeah, exactly. You want that game-changing ult, that game-changing flash ult, and he had it at the perfect time. They didn't do it immediately, you know. As soon as the play happened, you saw that they could go for the Aurora, they could go for, but they didn't. Everyone just ignored her, and they said, "This is the winning fight. We need to go to the team." And they flashed in, killed everyone. GG.
Yeah, and GG is indeed the right word. We will be back, hopefully, for our second best of two in a little while. But this is where I'm going to have to say goodbye to you, Mikey. Thank you for joining me.
Bye, everyone.
See you around. We see you a little break.
And I throw it all away. I kept holding on, but now that it's too late, I got nowhere else to run. How can I come out of this alive? Watch it all go up in flames.
Welcome back to the SOL 2025 spring. I am now met by Lula. Sorry,
Yes, sir. I am Lelle. That is me.
wonderful. I'm awful at pronunciation of anything that isn't directly English, so I'm sorry for butchering it, as I will do throughout this cast. Hopefully, it doesn't come out too often, though, as we'll be talking more about the teams. Today, we have Asini against B2U. Both of these teams have differing fortunes so far this split. Addicted at the top of our leaderboards, Asini down near the bottom. Is there anything we want to talk about before we get this draft properly going?
Yeah, I mean, just as you just mentioned, like one of them at the top, the other at the bottom. If this one goes like to the addicted to you, this would mean that the entire bracket is now on its extreme, where we will have like a top elite versus a bottom tier. So this is the chance for the bottom tier teams to still like remain within relevant zone of the higher tier teams.
Absolutely, and this can get away from teams a lot faster than you think. Only 18 games to play, 18 best of ones in our regular season, and we're going to get 2 more of them today, played in a best of 2 format. One on blue side, one on red side. As we have a look now at these bans, we see pretty standard bans coming in from Addicted to You, the Callista, the Poppy, and the Vi getting taken away. On the other side, I'm going to have to assume those are some target bans. The Zyra, the Shen, and the Aurora. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, if I'm correctly understanding towards all the players, I think Aurora has big prior on both teams, so it makes sense that Asini are removing it on red side. I would be expecting it to be reversed on the blue side. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure Hasko would be able to pick it up B1.
Yeah, and speaking of B1, we have the Insta Draven. I was waiting on this the whole of the previous game. We had a Draven one trick, absolute god tier carry, unable to be able to pick up this champ because it was just banned away. But we're going to see it this game now instead, as it will be paired with a Maokai going up against the Giga Tank of the Ornn, and an interesting lane going up against the Cogmore as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty interesting one, as you mentioned. Like we see an early on, I think Ornn is very easily counted, especially with Mel being a champ now, and also the Braum. But it doesn't seem like B2U is going for any of those counters, at least not yet. Seems like Asini is actually doubling down, taking the Braum themselves, making sure they cannot go for a Braum, like the on counter with this shield.
Yeah, and I love picking that away on R3, able to take it before more things get banned, right? That's such a strong pairing. You can, if you wanted to, say it got banned, you could take it something like the Lulu, and you'd be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But the Braum pairs so well. The passive stun is so oppressive against a Draven as well. Even just forcing him to drop an axe is so worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Braum gets a lot of value here, yeah, into the Draven. It also has like good peel into the Maokai. He can like block up and try to tank it while the team is running away. I'm currently like uncertain how they want to get onto this Cogmore. Like so far they haven't dropped that much engaged. They have the non-committal Maokai ult, but except from that, it's going to be hard to reach the Cogmore, having a Braum and an Ornn in between. So pretty fine draft from Asini so far. Let's see how it expands.
I mean, they are taking this tankier and tankier already with the Braum and the Ornn, looking tank jungles, hovered the Sejuani, hovering the Skarner. If they end up taking this, they're going to need some insane power from their mid lane, but instead it will be the Viego trying to get some more damage going into this, coming the other side. Gnar into Ornn is quite the nasty lane, no pun intended. Karma into Braum, not fun for the Braum. I'm interested to see how they can round out these drafts with the mid lanes coming through finally. Both teams looking pretty strong though.
So this is kind of fascinating. I'm not used to this. I'm a mid laner myself, but why do both mid laners get to last pick? Like, what is this?
Are you not allowed to last pick yourself?
No. I have the first pick or like second rotation, you name it. I do think, like as you mentioned, the Karma Draven are gonna be dominant in bot. I don't think they can do anything about it on the Asini side. So depending on how Addicted wants to expand that, they can get like charge of most of the early game. Whereas Asini probably have like the late game scaling comp as it seems right now.
Yeah.
So
speaking of late game scaling,
yeah,
Syndra.
Yeah, for sure. Syndra, Ornn, Kog'Maw, Braum, you name it. Viego is legit their only like playmaker for the early game. So yeah, I don't know. This is gonna be an interesting one. I think for sure Asini wants to survive the first 10, hopefully 15 minutes. And if the game hasn't accelerated by then it's a B2 you defeat if that happens. That it is not accelerated.
But if anyone can accelerate a game, it's a Draven Ari combo, right? A Draven with a single 1-for-1 kill can sometimes triple you up in gold for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Right? The Ari there as well to help play make, help produce that kill. A very potent combo to try and fight around these early skirmishes, get those objectives, get that snowball rolling. And especially with such a dominant bot lane at these early levels, Karma has 2 buttons to press. That's one more than everyone else. That's a huge advantage that you get to see from not many champs in this game.
That is very true. One thing we haven't talked much about is also the top matchup. I do think, once again, B2U comes out on top in terms of like having the initiative, having the lead. I think Nar should be able to just bully out their own. So yeah, this is I will be disappointed if B2U is not gonna play for the like proactive early game. Like they have most of the laners with the advantage. They need to actually push a lead. So let's see how they might do that.
Yeah, this feels like a game where you can get 3 winning lanes. This feels like some of the old 2023 T1 drafts that we saw at a premium in that World Championship. Just draft lanes that win and scale from there. You know, if the game goes to 50 minutes, I have a tough time believing Bandicted can get this. But if they can get it over in 30, 35, pressure on these early Drakes, getting that early soul is so potent. And that could be their win con and their way to really get out of the way of this massive scaling that Asini is drafted for.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm curious to see how this will go. Like, we have the default draft of 1 proactive versus 1 scaling. Let's see which one will succeed in whatever game plan they intend to have.
Yeah, and it's the right way around as well. Asini, as you typically see from teams not doing so well in the standings, hoping to rely on their late game prowess, the giga scaling, whereas Bandicted with the confidence right now, 6-2, looking to make it 7, and hoping to push every advantage that they can grab early. Draven Karma, once more, I'm going to harp on this because it's a Draven. I'm interested. I'm excited to see this bot lane. You cannot avoid this bot lane. The Ornn is forced to go top lane. This is going to be a great matchup into something so passive on the other side. Can they force these kills? Can they even go for a dive with something as tanky as the Maokai can be early on?
Yeah, I mean, you're for sure right. So coming into this game, who do you think will prevail? Like, who is your favorite team coming into this, judging by draft?
I'm going to have to turn the nameplates on and say B2U. They are near unstoppable this split already. 6 wins, 2 losses in the best of ones, but all of those games especially close. And when you draft something so ballsy, for lack of a better word, right? You're using that Draven, that Ari. It's going to be difficult for Asini to really match that until they get to kind of the 4 item spikes. And it might just be too late.
I agree. I'm curious to see this one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna side with you on that one. I do think like the proactive draft has always been my favorite. I want to see Bandicted do stuff and just completely like punish through with their picks.
Yeah, we will have to see what they can do as we load now into Summoner's Rift for our first game between Asini, the Scalers, and B2U, the Nutters, going all out early game. Let's see what we can get.
Yes, sir.
Let's load in.
And we are already in game. These 3 minutes, perfectly fine. Let's see. We managed to stall it out. Let's go.
Task number 1, successful.
Yes, sir.
Task number 2, can we keep track of everything that's going on? I expect insane, hyper crazy plays to be going on all over the place, and it looks like potential for this level 1 into a brawl.
Yeah,
That's an interesting choice.
I think they're going for the lane ward or like lane dominance. If they can get in through this, then they'll be able to like get the cheese and get the bully in the lane. This is kind of what they want. Karma driven being able to like first peak cheese. Because at the end of the day, what are Asini gonna do here? Like they don't have proactive invaders. They are just gonna 5-point up and be spectating for this early game. while B2U is already grabbing onto the opportunity of taking an advantage.
Yeah, and this is an advantage in a Draven lane. If you can hit an early Mantra Q onto this Corki, put him behind in the lane, hit that level 2 spike, you're basically unstoppable until something either comes or first backs happen, because that early trade is so influential.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks like potential for the late invade coming in. Braum and Corki, Braum and Cogmore meeting up.
Yeah,
Potential to force this Maokai out.
I've seen this too. It's actually really aggressive, surprisingly, from Asini side. Like they're
Can we go
going
down to the
for
buff?
it.
There we go.
Jeez.
Maokai starting Raptors gonna get taken away. Candy smites early. I'm not honestly sure who got that. I think the chickens were pretty evenly spread, but the big one is
No.
what matters.
I think Candy was able to steal it, and not only that, they now managed to force a map split, and this completely breaks the game open. Like this is gonna be good, because now Asini actually have early game to play with. Like now Karma Draven are forced to be on the weak side, while Maokai is struggling to clear one camp because he lost his smite.
Yeah, both teams using that jungle smite early, but Nord looking to recover, bounce back fast. This Syndra is still level 1. Potential for the Flash W gonna be walked away. Syndra spacing it just enough to ward off the Maokai. Instead, he will turn his eyes to the other chickens on the other side of the map. But Viego is there to match.
I mean, Diego is kind of greedy here, I think. I think he could have stuck with the lane swap, and not lane swap, like the map split.
Take it though.
Yeah, I mean, he gets it, for sure, but I think it would have been more proactive for him to be on the bot side. Maybe I'm wrong here. I think he would have more dominance having that area.
I think he ends up a
is
camp.
going for blue. That is fascinating.
The mind games coming out from these junglers, Nord and Candy, are both going absolutely crazy right now, but they have the bot lane push. The Karma is there to help clear this blue buff. The leash is beautiful. Smite fight could potentially come out though. 700 Q smite.
Maokai takes
with
it,
Q smite.
but is forced to leave out. He is now level 2, and Diego level 3, so he is forced to
Spectral Maw not able to hit. That was so close to landing onto the Karma. Donpong could have been forced to flash away there. But with the Braum still in the area, this Maokai is really overstepping his bounds.
Yeah.
Ari has first roam, Braum misses the Q, and now it turns around.
I mean, this is a Fiesta. North looking a little aggressive here. I guess
Draven's up here too. We're going to get a 4v4 over the blue side jungle. Maokai, flash W over the wall, pushes the Kog'Maw back in, but he can't quite get the kill for his team. Floops so close to getting that kill on the Draven so early on, but it's going to be the disengage coming out. The Maokai comes out worst of this, I have to say. Still only level 2 and the Scuttle Crabs are spawning.
I mean, sure, Maokai comes out worst, but at the end of the day, they forced Hellman's flash on the barrier. Now Draven is really able to accelerate the lane if he wants to. They're also forced to recall earlier, making the wave even more awkward. I think to some extent B2U came out on top, even though I think it was a little greedy. Like they stretched it a little too much for my taste. Yeah, I like the blue take, but contesting Grump seemed really aggressive. At the end of the day, they did force out some resources from Asini.
Yeah. Aggressive is the word I want to harp on because it is so aggressive. And in some ways, it has to be so aggressive, right? You are playing with a Draven into a Kog'Maw. The Kog'Maw will outscale. You're playing with an Ahri into a Syndra. The Syndra will outscale. The Maokai into the Viego will get there. The Ornn, with his extra 1,000 gold per level that he ends up giving, with those upgraded items, it's a very aggressive early game, sure. But if they don't do it, it's probably worse for them.
Yeah, I think you're very much right on that one. They have to play this way they did, even though it was a little risky.
Yeah. Gonna settle back down now as it will be camps finally being taken off the board. It's so odd seeing these junglers down at 24 CS at the 5-minute mark. Mantra Q still as potent as ever. Donpong trying to lay down the law in the bot lane, but he's going to get hit and potentially forced away.
We're also watching a temporary freeze rolling out right now. Draven zoning out from some XP, and it's looking pretty good, but inevitably it will bounce back in, and Kog'Maw will be able to farm up again.
but the lead generated by this timing is so large right now. He's already up 25 CS, and sure, some of that will come back to the Cogmore in due time, but without his summoners, he cannot play as aggressive as he wants to. He's still getting poked out by this Karma, and Draven is just stacking for free right now, already at 110. If he can cash those out, it's basically 2 kills for the price of 1, as we see potential for the mid gank coming in now. Viego coming from the Raptors. Coburn is going to go down. Level 6 on a great timer for Hasko, and that is a huge play mid.
This is really good. Like Hasko now with a big lead. Coburn doesn't even have TP or flash to get back into the lane. Like this is just a straight up like solid lead they will get from it.
And it's probably the Grubs going over to the Gnar, looking to rotate down, maybe able to save one of them, but Maokai Karma on this Drake on the bot side, so it's just going to be the fruit taken instead by Shending help.
Yeah, I mean he can't do much here. He has his own team on the bot side. Viego is clearing this with the support of Ornn and Syndra. Very nicely done.
And this is the type of play that is more proactive than we expected, right? Asini weren't looking from draft to make these types of plays, but when one falls into your lap so perfectly, you're able to punish. Didn't even look like an over-aggression from the Ahri, but now you're able to stay alive in this game for much longer. The Dragon stacking, however, on the other side, Vardicted already with the first. The Hextech Dragon means that it won't be the Soul, which can only be a good thing for Asini too.
Yeah, you are very much right. We even see here North getting his Grumpy. I mean, this is pretty good.
More split map action going on. The Viego, while this bot play was happening, strong siding on the Gnar. The Ornhorn going to come out. Spectral Maw going to hit this Gnar, but a great Gnar timer pushes that Viego back into the wall, throws a house at his head, and suddenly Shending Help looks pretty comfortable in this 2v1, but he's going to get knocked up by the Ornn. Nothing more to come out of it.
Yeah,
Way too much HP remaining on this Gnar.
He's for sure vibe checking this one. That being said, he did have to force his flash. I mean, it's pretty fine. He's probably happy with the outcome.
Coburn ulting over the wall. Viego going to have to Heartbreaker his way out, but he has the third ult, misses the charm. One more auto would have done it. The charm would have got it for sure, and he's going to get his back cancelled by the Krugs to rub the salt in the wounds. It's about a second of tempo loss. Oh, the Whirling Death, so close from the Draven. Didn't even see that coming. Viego stays alive at the cost of his own flash.
Yeah, I mean, very respectable roam from Coburn. I think he took the chance he had. He did lose a few minions while doing it, but at the same time, it did surprise the Viego, and at the end of the day, it was a hand diff. He would have gotten the kill in case he would hit that jump. So I think I respect that roam, even though he lost a few like local lead in the lane. That being said, he's already behind. He's not gonna win lane. So the fact that he's going for this is really like essential. It's good play by Coburn to actually go for that roam.
It's extremely proactive, and proactive is the word of the day today. The more proactive that Budnet can get, Budicted can get, sorry, the better it is. This Syndra may be caught in the middle of nowhere.
Completely out of position.
Yeah,
She will be CC'd
Hasko
off.
has the flash
Raven
though. Doesn't want to flash over, doesn't know what's hidden in the dark on the other side of that wall. And it will be the escape at the cost of the mid flash. An odd place for Hasko to be, but it doesn't end up costing him too much.
I mean, he had the tempo, but he kind of misrode where he could be. I think this was pretty like good punish. Not
Nearly goes down. Karma able to shield up there. Should be fine to escape. Another greedy play looking for that second blue buff of the Viego. Not able to take it this time around though. The Smite heading over to the Viegos. Now the Karma is up here in the 1v3. Cogmore is half HP though. If he can force this type of a fight, Draven has 250 stacks and another Whirling Death ready to fire. I'm honestly scared for this Cogmore at any moment. It can get absolutely popped. Draven, Dirk, and a BF sword as well.
I will come to mention, like, oh, maybe Karma forced the flash and heal. She might still be dropping, yeah, the Braum presence is there. She's just completely gone.
Second kill. Going over to Asini.
As I was about to say, this is surprisingly strong from Asini. Like, the gold is dead even. They're only playing 2-0. I was expecting the early game to be way more extreme in this case. I feel like Asini is doing a really good job surviving the early, coming into a good position. I mean, their mid laner is even ahead. And for Ari's case, that is a dead sentence. Like, Ari doesn't want to be in the mid lane right now. Because whenever
Right.
she is, she will be like solo bullet if Syndra hits a good combo.
And the difference in items is something that cannot be overstated right now. We are looking at an Amp Tome plus a Dark Seal against a full-on Luden's Companion. The shotgun is ready and loaded. The second Grub's gonna respawn. Looks like they will fall to Addicted to You, which is a key objective to take, sure. But they need to get down here for this dragon spawning 50 seconds. The tempo should be fine to get back. But on the mid lane play itself, the Draven is going to get caught too far up. Somehow
He's still
escapes.
dropping.
Heartbreaker over the wall doesn't quite get the whirling death off. Candy will find the enemy ADC. Heartbreaker back over. Shending going to have to run as well. And that's all of the stacks disappearing. Half of the stacks for Floops have just fallen off. And the potential to get back in is so much lower.
Not only that, Floops not only throws his passive, but he's losing his flash and his barrier right there. I think this is really tough for Addicted to You now. Like, Floops needs to like get strong, and he just threw out all the chances he had to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you wanted, from their point of view, to be pressing for that for this fight, right? They need to get that kill on the Draven and get him the 300 stack cash out instead of the 150 stack cash out, right? It's such a difference in gold that now is completely off the table for Floops. And it's such a good timing. Once again, Candy, right place, right time around this mid lane. And it's also a feat of warfare confirmed as well. First 3 kills, all heading over to Asini. As meanwhile, I think this should be the second of the 3 junk camps heading over to Addicted for You.
You're right there. They are gonna get their second objective. Now the question is, who is gonna get the first tower? Asini is sitting with 4 grubbies, whereas Addicted has 2. I don't know.
Yeah, and that will be the deciding factor unless maybe Addicted can take this tower, then another objective comes up. That is kind of what we're looking at right now in terms of those feats of strength. But it will be the Draven disappearing, still not quite at that first item spike just yet. It looks like he's building about 2 items at the same time. I don't believe there's anything that builds out of that BS sword and the Dirk anymore, is there?
No. He just wants the component. He's very happy with the, like, whenever he can buy a BF, he will do that gladly. I think he's trying to
a great first back.
Yeah, he's trying to fulfill the Dirk and the pickaxe. I actually don't
Collector.
remember what that goes into.
I should go Collector.
Yeah, you're probably right on that one.
Potentially, if he has the gold, could go IE first with the same pickaxe being used. Hold the Dirk over. Could go either way as of yet, but that longsword would help for neither of those. Both of them require a crit cloak, so I'm interested to see what the idea is there.
I guess he just wants damage. Like, he's buying full AD.
He's a Draven.
Yeah. What does he need items for? He just needs the like components. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, if he can get a cash out, he will be able to finish off an item. Probably plus a little bit more, because that cash out is so big when it comes through. If it comes through. This game, it might not.
I think it might come down here. I think Brom is low-key too far up. He can drop down to the ult.
He used his door, though.
Oh,
The first part of the Whirling Death will hit. The second will not. And Braum will escape. Bebop Bully not getting killed, but will be bullied out of lane. And that could be the bot tier 1 tower going over. Meanwhile, Nah dies on the top side. Viego with another great gank. Involved in all 4 of these kills right now. And already on the Triforce as well. I think, is that the Nah's Triforce, actually? I don't know. We'll have a look at this play anyway. I think Shending, who has the 2-level lead over the Ornn, just went a little bit too greedy. Couldn't get the ult away while the Ornn was unstoppable. And a great timing for Candy just to get up there in time. And yet Triforce already there as well. This Viego is an absolute terror.
This was a really good bait from Evil Eye and Candy. Like, I think what they did there was super nicely timed. Connecting the like potential dive threat with the gank execution. It's super good. I also want to highlight the Draven boss.
Oh my god.
Close, but not close enough. I would like to highlight that Draven, when he was throwing that ult on the bot, like Floops had 200 stacks about that time. I think he was like tiny bit close to actually just get it on the first hit. Like super tight for him to get the cash in. Yeah.
AC was very close, but we'll have to wait a little bit more as we see a little bit of setup going around this Rift Herald. More invades coming in. This Viego likes the Maokai's counts more than his own. Krugs are a part of that deal. Rift Herald going to be spawning in 15 seconds. Will be defeats of strength heading over to Bardicted if they can finish it off. And Shending now is going to go Mega. Candy has to be careful here. Whirling Death is potentially able to be used on the bot side. But Cogmore's down here too. This is basically a 3v1 that the Nara is just completely vibing in. Turret goes down, sure, but Candy is so low.
We see a lot of towers dropping here. Map is about to open, and now B2U are starting the Herald.
Yeah.
If they are gonna get it, they will get the feast, and they will have the boots upgrades.
It will not take long to go down, what I was trying to say. It has instantly fallen. I'm guessing it should be used in about a minute or so time. When that Drake spawns, get that mid prio, potentially even get the tower, open up the map even further. You have both side lane tier 1s already gone. The more space you can get to create these plays, the better. We have another look down at the items now. It's the Rage Blade first, taken by the Cogmore. You got any opinions on that? I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah, I think it's something people started doing in newer times, just Rage Blade rushing. I've seen it on Mirrors as well, on the unhit. Like people going that into stuff like Hullbreaker, even more cooked.
That's a
we
flash.
see here Floops forced to do his flash for the own hunt.
Yeah, and a great use of that Orn Horn. I'm not sure if he thought there were more people around. Maybe the flash was needed. Viego was not far away.
I think it's risky because Drake is coming up now, 15 seconds. There's no Orn ult, but at the same time no Draven flash. Ari being engaged here by the Candy. She's looking to
great
like
bush cheese.
find a way out.
Gets half the HP off the Ari instantly.
Yeah, I mean,
Candy doing great right now.
seems to be a contest from Asini. Orn is now TPing in, coming from the side. This is gonna be a head-to-head fight. This one could be like game deciding who has the lead. It's dead even in gold. Let's see what happens here. Maokai on
Nature's Grasp out. Will take down the Drake. Will get it done, but the team fight carries on. Damage going everywhere, but there's no Orn engage, and the Whirling Death will take down the Orn. The shutdown going over to the Draven as well as his stacks. A huge play. Bearing in mind he just lost his flash as well.
Big cash in for Draven, as you can see on the graph here, like insta 1k gold lead. I do like that. That's very fascinating.
Yeah.
At the same time, I don't think it's too bad for Asini. Like being 1k down at 19 minutes, that's perfectly fine at this game state. Like they have the scaling. They're coming in to be soon to draw.
It does look fine until you see where that gold is right now. Draven just hit 2 items off of that kill as we have another look at this Drake fight. It was absolute chaos. Candy so close to getting in there in time, and the Orn headbutts the wall, unable to get the knock up onto anyone. Somehow everyone dodges it, and then the Whirling Death from the backside able to claim the Orn. The 666 goal taken away. Floops playing with the devil right now. 2 items on this Draven. So strong for the next few minutes.
That is true. Draven is very strong. At the same time, I'm wondering how they will play fights. Like I think, to some extent, the Orn Braum gives too much safety line for Sunda Cogmo. Like I don't see a day where the Ari, for instance, will find good flanks in this game. I feel like her champ is kind of filler in this. Like look at the entire team comp of Asini. Like how will Ari ever like go aggressive in fights? I think she's gonna be insta dead if she goes for it.
Speaking of weird fights happening, the Viego has gone very deep. Heartbreaker away to safety, but that is going to be the Braum likely sacrifice, and another kill going over to Floops. This Draven is only getting stronger right now, and the mid-tier 1 likely to fall as a result. Not even needing the Rift Shower for it either.
Yeah.
Unless they can
Sunda
turn this.
coming
Scatter
in,
the Weak
scatter
just
the
going wide, but the Ornhorn comes in. Barrier not enough to save this Draven.
Sunda
will go down.
Probably also fall. Yeah, she is
Asco.
falling. Right?
So close. Does go down
yeah.
eventually, but it's Ari forced to trade her life. Meanwhile, the Viego on the backside of the play, full HP, no ultimate, but he should be able to get this Karma, maybe? Cogmoral, not quite enough. The Ooze, not quite there, but the Spectral Maw gets the stun. He's going to get pulled under tower, rooted by the tree and the mage. The double roots, and that's just a step too far. Asini, you don't need to be making these plays right now.
I think Asini got like caught with their hands in the bucket. I don't know how you say this. but,
Hand in
like,
the cookie jar. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Because I feel like they were in a fine position. They were chilling. Why are they sending 2 men on the tower just for a comment? Like what?
Yeah,
I mean-
it's so greedy to try and claim something out of that play.
Yeah.
But even
that's-
going for the play in the first place, you give the Draven one more kill that you really don't want to give over.
Yeah, I mean it's high risk, low reward. It wasn't really worth to go for. I think Asini was chilling. They probably still are for a bit, but this game is soon gonna like open up to one or the other, and it's important people don't do these kind of mistakes.
Yeah. This Draven is absolutely terrified of the Syndra. I cannot blame him. Everyone else on the map, he will dominate in a 1v1, but the Syndra on the 2-item spike of her own, and it's a strong 2-item spike at that, the Shadow Flame with the Ludens, it's a brutal combo, can completely destroy, especially when you get those crits on your ultimate, makes the execute even higher, as now the Rift Herald looks like it's timed out, will get dropped in the mid lane, that should be tier 1 heading over.
Yeah.
Nothing to be said about it. Asini gonna be Nature's Grasp invested, and this is a
Syndra
dead
does fall.
Syndra.
Vasco is down. Floops now
This is a
able
turret they
completely
had to
take
give
over the
up.
fight.
It's a greedy play to stick around. They're going to get the charge into the tier 2 as a result of this as well. You cannot protect that tier 1 against the Rift Herald.
And not with such aggressive posture. Like they need to respect Nord's ultimate. If he throws out the nature, like I don't know, Syndra cannot be posturing like that.
Yeah, and completely caught out, unawares, rooted to the spot while the Draven sent axes through her legs, claiming her from below, and another kill onto this Draven. This time, he has the flash up when the next fight happens. The next fight is probably going to be happening pretty soon, because we have a soul fight coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, game is wide open. Soul is coming in.
If Vardicted get this, is there a way back in for Asini?
No, I actually don't think so. Like Syndra is the currently only chance of killing Draven. If they get the Mountain Soul, I think she will have even harder time accessing him in the fights.
I'm
So,
going to
yeah.
have to agree with that. I mean, the Syndra still not quite maxed out on all her abilities. Also, no flash on this fight. We're going to see the start of it now. Bush control is in the favor of Asini, and that's a nice trade onto Shending. But he's fine. He's going to go Mega. Looks like the
B2U has the
Nalbar
mid
might
burn.
time out.
I mean,
Interesting poke.
as you can see, Hasko still doesn't have his execute. He's on 94 stacks, meaning this fight is gonna be hard to like execute.
Nice
Also,
charm onto the Braum. That is an instant half HP Billwell Bully. And sure, they
Flux
have
is
the
just
Banana
taking a
Brush.
break right now.
Yeah. Ornn gonna ult in. This is
Maokai
very
down
discombobulated right now. There's
Raven
nothing
ults.
really happening. Candy just walks up to try and kill this Draven, but it's so aggressive. It feels desperate right now. Asini sending their jungler in as a lamb to slaughter, and this is going to be the fight cleaned up so cleanly. Vardicted with not the cleanest early game to scatter the weak is beautiful. Hasko trying to save his team right now. As I was saying, the early game felt so good. They were ahead against such an early aggressive comp, but it's just falling apart at the seams.
We see the replay here with Arnold coming into the nature grasp. I mean, so far it was looking pretty fine, but Candy is just going into deep. Like, no one can follow that, and he's just insta-dropping down. From there, it's just a chain reaction. Whoever tries to save the other is also gonna die. And I think, like, Asini is just straight up greeting it. Like, let Candy die and just fall out. This trade was already lost by now.
Yeah, and that is the soul that is lost over. That is a mountain soul on Vardicted. Draven, 3 items with boots right now. Absolutely. Oh, I don't want to say untouchable, unkillable, but he is approaching that level for an ADC. Did have to invest his flash in the previous fight. Still has that barrier as a potential Atakan is also on the Rift right now. And I think for the first time today, we are getting a voracious Atakan.
Yeah,
whose
this is the fun
GAs
one.
make it even worse.
It's even synced with the Baron spawn, meaning whoever gets the Atakan is most likely able to take the Baron on it.
I mean, you get that GA for 2.5 minutes. The charm going to come in. Evil Eye just going to charge away. I mean, they have full vision, full control over this river. They can do whatever they want right now. And it looks like they want to take it topside with their Mountain Soul, looking towards this Baron buff.
Yeah, this is seeming slightly split. I think, I don't know. Hasko is now recalling from top side, coming onto the map again. I'm kind of sad seeing Hasko catching so many waves. I feel like he's the strong side of Asini. If they want to find a pick, they need the Syndra. That's just straight up what it is.
That is an absolute fact.
So him continuously being on like side lane catching waves, I don't know if I like it. I think it's time for him to drop some waves, do what Coppen did, and try to look for gameplay.
Yeah, and somehow this gold lead hasn't extended, even with all those waves being caught by the Syndra alone on the side. She's kind of getting bullied out by this Nara as the Baron will be started. Floops with the Bloodthirster, happy to tank it up for a little bit, provided Nord comes in eventually. Nature's Grasp ready to turn whenever they want. Looks like they're just going to peel off for now, trying to bait the players too far forward, and that is the charm, but the Heartbreaker over the wall. Whirling Death escaped by Candy with the flash. And Bebop Bully trying to turn this around. Nord going to get popped by the Cogmore. There's the trade back.
Charm does land
oh my god, what a charm. This Ari is smurfing right now. A third kill going over for the Draven. Can he make it 5 in the fight? Cobban with another charm. He is absolutely destroying this team fight right now. Floops gonna get the 4th. Though it does count as a quadra. Give him the Penta right now. This Ornn
is straight up the entire game. Is this Penta? Floops?
That's a Penta kill. Gonna go down for it. Sure, the shutdown heads over. That's gonna be the game. And such a... maybe not.
No, actually not. I'm lying. I am completely lying. This is gonna be a very nice Penta into a good recall, into a good Baron or Atakan tempo, depending on what they want.
I mean,
a really strong
should be a
fight from
fighter
Coppen,
well.
to be fair. Like, sure, Floops is getting the kills, but I think Coppen coming in with a lot of nice charms. Like, right here, even Nar was hesitating
Flash
to go in.
charm is
but
so
we see
nice.
It. Like, it's landing.
Deleted
it's right there.
ADC.
And Asini, once again, doing the failure of continuously dropping kills, trying to save each other. Like, Hasko there, once again, falling down because he's trying to save someone that's already dead.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's not much else to say apart from Floops is hands diffing right now. 850 gold going over to the Ornn for that kill, but he has a 4.3k lead. 4 full ADC items, none of them are cheap, by the way. IE and the Bloodthirst are both brought up compared to the other side. This Cogmore still not even at the Terminus marker right now. It is a brutal ADC diff.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, I think this was a good game one. Like, I mean, it's still rolling. We cannot give up hopes. But Asini did do really well. At the end of the day, like, they sadly just continuously overextended the fights or didn't accept reality. Like, diving mid to people for killing a Karma. Like, those are the failures we cannot go into. I think B2U now is sitting on a good position. They can basically just control the entire map from here. Like, from here, it's basically a stat check. I think the only way that Asini is gonna find a way is by finding a good kill with Hasko and Helman. Like, they need to find the Draven.
With that in mind, Verdicted can just play to wait if they want to. They can wait for this Draven to get his flashback, unless the Elder... Actually, no, I'm completely lying. Elder's a minute off from the timer in the top right, spawning in a minute 15. So they're going to take the Baron off the map right now instead, with the side lanes pushed right the way up to the inhib turret on the bot lane. And it will be a freebie. Meanwhile, mid lane, that is an Ornhorn invested for the Gnar. Okay. I mean, they sacrificed top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they are finding the kill on Chanting Help. They now have momentum to go into an Atakan, I think, is what they're looking for. Hasko is going to try to defend in the meantime together with Evelai.
Now, Atakan's going to be up for Elder spawning too.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good by Asini. This is one of the picks they need to do to come into the game. Kog'Maw is soon to be 3 items. I think this is pretty fine. Like, this is a good recovery play, even though it's still not an ideal game state. I think this is pretty fine by Asini. This is going to be interesting to see how they will use this Atakan.
Yeah, I mean, they can use Atakan just to go balls to the walls fighting over this Elder Drake as it spawns. Mega Gnar just running out, the knock-up comes in, the Spectral Maw comes in, even through the leap, still got stunned, flashes over the wall, and that's when the Ornhorn was called unbreakable, unstoppable over the wall.
And what's the even more fun part about this is, while Shending Hill was doing this, his entire team was on Baron. Like, this guy was a little too deep, I would say. But, I don't know, I mean, maybe he was taking the pressure, but he did end up throwing a kill and his flash. thereby losing
Yeah,
the attack.
I think the flash is the biggest part of that. If it's just the kill, it's okay. You still have the threat of the flash Gnar going into this Elder fight. But now the other team has GA and they're just looking to engage. They're going to get the Elder though. This is a bad time to engage right now. Syndra gets one, but she is going to get absolutely popped. The withdraws are withdrawing. Yeah, all these kills going over to the Elder and they just get the karma for it.
They are all going to be slaughtered. But hey, they can play round 2 now. now
they can, but they're playing round 2 into Elder. They were just a bit too late to start that fight, and it should be all 5 of these withdrawals disappearing. Shending will eventually find Candy.
And to be fair, this is the result of them going for Atakan. Like, when they went for that, they would be late on the objective, and honestly, that just doesn't make it possible for them to play it. So now,
Nord a little bit deep, trying to overforce.
Ooh, Flukes
has got caught out too. He might be able to still get the Braum, but he gets stunned up and the Braum is able to just about gap. That was a huge amount of damage coming in.
I respect this from Asini. Their game plan, take Atakan, die all of them, come back to the map and find people who are apparently standing where they shouldn't be standing. Really fine. Like, I mean, for Asini's case, this might even stall the game for another Baron, and potentially that is where they want to scale towards. So, game still in B2U's hand, but can they close it out? I don't think they can yet, at least.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer, and it's just an interesting decision to see the Maokai and the Draven left alone. Okay, you have Elder. Does that mean you can 2v5? Apparently not, right? It's a little bit of kind of over-aggression, pushing so deep, and that also cost the Maokai flash as well. These flashes are not going to be up when the Baron spawns.
At the same time, Flukes was pretty tactical, not throwing away his flash. Like, if he throws the flash there, I think the game is really hard to play from there. So him accepting the reality and going for the death, I think that's at least something that's really worth taking out from the bad situation of it. He's keeping the flash for the like important fight.
And another thing to also have as a positive is they still have a couple more Elders for about 25 seconds, which just forces Asini to seed these waves. No push able to be generated. Yeah. Baron now going to be spawning in 2 minutes. Thankfully for Asini, their inhib in mid is back alive.
We've
so
been
they don't
talking
have
a lot
that
about
constant pressure
scaling.
point.
Look at this. We now have the Syndra. She's fully stacked. What level is on? How many items has he pushed out? I don't know.
It should be approaching that 4-item mark. Level 16 on the board for Hasko. If we could flip back over to the items, that'd be amazing, by the way.
4 on items are now pulled out. We see the Syndra full stacks, and I am fairly sure Kog'Maw has 3, potentially nearly 4 items, meaning the scaling is not there. Question is the comp strong enough to actually pull through? They are 8k behind in the gold, but maybe the scaling is enough from what they needed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wide here, having a look at the map as a total. It will be that mid inhib once again falling just before this Baron comes up, and that is a stake through the heart of Asini. Their main pressure point that they were able to try and contend over is now going to be pushed even further behind as the charm also hits on the Ornn. Evil Eye has to be careful, but those items are starting to get upgraded. Ornn hits level 15, has one for himself and a couple more to give to his friends. We see the Rabadons and the Rageblade both getting upgraded.
Yeah,
and at this point in the game, that's 3,000 gold.
This is really strong. I mean, Syndra, very high spike. She can one-shot whoever is hit. Like Ari, Draven, Karma, you name it. They will die if they are hit by the QEW ult. So will the Gnar if he is in the mini. Oh, Braum peeking here. That is not
Face
good.
check. He's strong enough to get away with it though.
Yeah.
Gets the ward in the bush. Only costs him 2/3 of his HP.
I do
and he can just
appreciate
reset
that Candy just straight up calculated, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna recall. He's fine. This is pretty nice.
It's only a Braum.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, he can respawn just in time anyway.
Yeah, burn is coming up, 20 seconds. The prep is very much there for B2U. Question is, can Asini find a way to come into the objective and actually contest it? I think the damage is going to be very hard to like check on. Like Draven will murder this burn.
Yeah, and before this fight starts, I'd like to bring your attention to what's happening in the bot side. It looks like Shending is going to get dive on 2v1. Flash again used.
But it does
but this is Baron happening on the other side. Yeah, this is the jungler invested. I was trying to bring your attention to the fact that the Draven on the item that's hidden off screen has bought something very sneaky. he has the Seeker's arm guard ready for when the eventual dive comes on top of him. He can just go golden.
That's very respectable. Like, this is a really good Seeker's angle. At the same time, like, I do like that Candy is looking for this like pick onto the now. Unfortunately, the Arnold straight up missed. There was nothing that made it miss. It was just bad aim. So, I mean, this is really unlucky because I think it was Asini's angle of like trying to contest.
This is deep from Candy right now. He is stuck over the wall, able to get out with the Heartbreaker, but he is forced away. And oh my god, the damage coming in from the REQ. This is an insane number of true damage coming in right now, and it's going to force Asini right the way back from this turret.
Yeah, they're going to have to drop the tower and then now question is, can they defend the Nexus and the turrets?
Well, they're going to have to try their best. The super empowered Baron wave coming through mid, looking like it's going to be a triple inhib that could spell GG in the chat very soon. 10k golded as well. It's going to be the all-in fight. Can they make it? Oh, he got knocked away by the Maokai. He can't get the engage. Redemption here is Diego going down. Braum gonna get popped in the middle eventually. Nord went deep but doesn't get killed by the Syndra ult. And meanwhile, Floops is absolutely popping off on the Draven. Takes another one for the road. Basically, he's just vibing. Golden in the base. Yeah, and that there is the game.
Insanely well played by B2U in the late. I think they had a very rough early, and considering they still managed to like come back this strong, I think that was really good. Like, they didn't accelerate as I would be expecting, but at the same time, to be fair, they did really good in the mid to late game. So well done by B2U.
They had to do really well in that mid to late game because of that poor early game. The side that we expected to be strong early was weak early. The side that we expected to be strong late was weak late because they were 15k gold down. Yeah. Sometimes that is how League works. It works in mysterious ways. But yeah, that is an absolute banger to start this series off. We have one more in store for you tonight. Now, Lula, do you have an MVP for me from that game?
From this game? I mean, to some extent, I think Floops did good. But I kind of want to give it to Coppen. I think his sorry charms and his angle, like even when he fucked up in the top lane, fucking up the charm on the Viego like extension, I think he was looking for the right angles. Like he had the plan in mind. I think Floops was just straight up muscle work, whereas he was actually like a good executor of it. Not to take credit from Floops, he played a really good game, but I think Coppen was looking for the things that they needed to be looking for, considering the rough early game, especially that fight in the mid. Where he's pulling off the...
He was smurfing in that fight. I will have to say, though, the Draven got a pentakill. My heart goes out to the ADC who is able to get a pentakill in 2025. My MVP is going to have to go to Floops. Let's see if Twitch chat can decide this tiebreaker for us. We are currently locked, one each. See what everyone else wants to add. The poll should be up and available right now as we have a look at the decimation job that was done after such a close early game. 11 towers to 1. It did not feel that one-sided to me.
No, I mean, it for sure wasn't. That's just a graph and stats. We don't care about stats. We care about what happened. And what happened was it was actually a really good game for the first like 25 minutes, dead even. I think that was really nice to watch. Let's see who's getting the MVP. I see some votes towards Floops. I would advise people to vote otherwise, but he did get the penta.
I think that's the mid laner in you talking. I don't think that's unbiased. And yeah, MVP will be Floops for this game. 11, 4, and 5 with a pentakill to boot. Completely cracking the game open. And sure, that came off the Ari's amazing charm work, but a great play by Floops overall. 33k damage as well in such a contested game. So crucial to that win. For Addicted to You, as we will have a look forward to the second game after a nice little break to reset ourselves, reset the map. Hopefully, Asini can reset themselves, and we will be back in just a sec.
Yes, sir. Thank you all for watching. We will see you for
Lodestar Esports now coming over to this Baron. The Volibear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the Volibear with the Vi ult in the backline on the ADCs. The jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra.
Hey yo, 6-0.
Welcome back to the SOL Spring 2025. We are here for our final game of the day. I am still joined by Lala. How are we feeling heading into this last one?
We are feeling very good. I'm excited to see. I think this game one was pretty close, and to be fair, everyone could have taken it at the 20-minute mark. So I'm excited to see if Asini will pull through, or if the elite of Sol will be taking the step even further into the top tier, securing a elite bracket versus a noob bracket, or whatever you may name it. I think this is very important for Asini to pull through if they want to remain within the relevant zones of the top tier teams at least.
Absolutely. They are now unfortunately down at 3 and 6. If they end up losing this one to our current top seed, they will go down to 3 and 7.
Yeah.
And in a league that is so close and so few games are played, that could be the difference between them getting playoffs and them falling out, even when you're playing against a team as good as Addicted to You. And we saw how good they were in that first game as they turned it around from having such a strong early game comp that wasn't working early to then a mid-game absolute powerhouse dominating through their Draven, who rightfully won the MVP, by the way. Mr. Mid-bias over there.
No, I mean, I can see why people would vote that. It's fair enough. He got pinned. Noobs will play press. That is the vote. No, that's fair. I will say though, from a player perspective, I do root for Asini to pull through. I think I faced them last split, and I think most of them are pretty nice to see on the Rift. So from a player perspective, I hope they will do good. From a coach perspective, being a coach on Lodestar, I mean, if Asini loses today, that puts Lodestar in an even more secure spot towards reaching a potential playoff. So I have two sides of me. I don't know which one is most biased, but I am hoping to see some good League of Legends nonetheless.
Yeah, and whatever happens is still very much in every single team's hands. None of these games today will be forcing in terms of your guaranteed playoffs or your guaranteed not playoffs. Everything is still up to play for, even if Asini do go down 0-2 to Addicted to You, or if they can pull it back. It means it's so much easier to come back at the end of the split as we're already into draft.
It's all about getting a good standing. I would respect whoever gets the best standing, coming into the mid season stuff. I will say, for myself, when I played, I used to go 0-6 and then go for the miracle run in the end. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. I do think I was pretty good at pulling it. But that being said, I would hope for both teams to want not to go for miracle runs, but to actually come strong into the season.
So you're a fan of the Yasuo playstyle then?
I mean, nah, not really. Okay, so we see here a Warban was actually coming through from Asini, so they're not looking to high pirate. They do have high pirate on the cyber though, seeing how they first picked it. So that's pretty fascinating. I was expecting a war to be banned from Addicted and not from Asini. But
Yeah, it
Addicted
looks
here
like
going with the Seju and Bessa. I do like that. That has like hard lockdown. They can execute it together. And to be fair, one needs to land and the other one will guarantee. I do respect that kind of drafting. They have good engage pulling here.
yeah, I mean, a great pairing with that Ambessa and the Sejuani. It's a very new pairing. Ambessa's still very new to all of us, but it's
Yeah.
already so potent when you have someone with as much attack speed as the Ambessa has and melee to proc those permafrost, if nothing else, as we see the Kai'Sa taken into the Ezreal, a pretty common counter pick.
Yeah.
However, however potent it may or may not be, we will have to see as we see on the other side, Asini drafting the double AD lanes to go with their hyper power farm AP jungler. How do we feel after 3
Yeah.
picks each?
I mean, both teams have really good identities. Asini here, they want to power farm with the Cyber and have like either prior laners or like AD options to like opt up to the like comp in itself, trying to play for like level lead. Because Sejuani on the other side, she won't be able to clear very fast. However, we now see B2U's comp. They have Sejuani, Ambessa, and Kai'Sa. All three very good at engages. So for teamfight meta, their identity is go full in, pull the Avengers assemble, and like
And that's
land
another
on
one.
top of it. And we see it
That's
here with the
another one
Rel.
to go all in.
Yeah.
The Rel is a great choice
So-
when you want to just press the buttons
I mean-
that go forward.
I would be surprised if I was seeing a Lulu be picked on top of this. Like, obviously, they have to like commit to this engage style now. I'm curious to see how they will be upping up. I don't know if Coppen is playing on Bessa mid or if it's just guaranteed to be on Shending Hill. I do think they need to pick another like engage or like front ward champ. Also, why it made sense for Hellman to go with the Israel pick because he can then kite back against the like full engage, which is probably what Asini is currently adapting about.
Yeah,
And we see
interested
the
to see what
Ornn.
they want to pick. Ornn, once again employed by Evil Eye, had a solid game, not too strong, but certainly potent towards the end game, and he will be a tank that this current squad of Addicted will struggle to get through, as we
Yeah.
see once more the Gnar taken for Shending. It looks like that's a pretty pocket pick for both top laners.
So I mean, it was a Bessa mid then. I'm pretty fine to see that. I do think
Bessa
B2U could
Dione.
like, yeah. I mean, I actually think that's pretty fine for Ambessa. She just want to brawl, fight, and beat him the fuck up. At the same time, B2U might be lacking a little AP source. I do see the like obviously Sejuani and Floops with the guys on some AP sources, but at the same time they do lack a little. I think. On the other side, I don't know. I think Asini did pretty fine with the draft. I'm a little sad that Evil Eye is continuously picking on. Like when we met him as a team, I think he picked it twice again. Like I don't know. I would like to see some variety from this player. I think he's been doing some fine on stuff, but I've also seen him like bounce his ult into a 5-man mill, re-engage on himself and his own team, losing them the match against the Lotus Star, or at least one of the games. So I don't mean to flame him here, but I would like to see some variety when it
Yeah.
comes to drafting.
I think that R5 ban by Addicted is so crucial. That Cho'Gath is his main in
Yeah.
solo queue right now. He has 61 games this split at a 59% win rate. He is so good on the Cho'Gath. I'm guessing since he stopped playing it 5 days ago, he was probably running that attack speed, weird Sorelia's, whatever
Yeah,
it was.
The pre-patch full movement cringe tick. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, it appears that since that he has desisted, shall we say,
Yeah.
from using and abusing that version of the Cho'Gath, but still
Who-
a very
who was
potent
that?
top laner.
Was that Shending or Evil Eye?
Evil Eye.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's why it's such a good ban from Addicted, just to get rid of it and force him back onto a more supportive tank as opposed to something with a lot more. I don't want to say playmaking ability because obviously Ornn still has his horn, but
Yeah.
I don't know quite how to phrase the kind of less me focused.
So I'm curious, how would you define Asini's identity? Because I see some mix here. Like I see the Cyber Israel wanna do kite back and like chill, but where does Sion fit in this? Like, what's your opinion on that draft?
I think this is a side lane draft. This is a we will delay, and they will not have anything to match into our Yone at the end of it. The Gnar will hold up okay, but I feel like the Yone with the Blade of the Ruined King will be fine. And Bessa, once more, early will be absolutely great into the Yone. But as soon as 6 is hit, as soon as Blade of the Ruined King especially, it feels like those side lane threats come a lot more powerfully. How about you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I do think B2U with both Ambessa and Gnar has side lane options. I think Ornn will probably be eaten up before C is down again and have like struggling against the Gnar. At the same time, if Ambessa plays the kite in like the small trades correctly, I don't think Yon gets to stack up and be like oppressive. I do think he's gonna be eaten up by the Ambessa champ. Especially when they have a Sejuani who can come over walls and just throw in the ult, considering to a Zyra who has to like stand in a trap position in order to like be proactively scary.
I think this early game once again favors Bardicted, and the Sejuani in itself,
Yeah.
so powerful early game. Those base damages are set so insanely high, which makes sense because she doesn't scale at all. But early game, the presence of that jungler on her little pig, it's so oppressive sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. I hope Asini is able to pull through with the Zyra pick. I think if they execute the let's chill and just power farm tech very well, they will be coming in with like a high power spike lead coming into like mid game, probably, I would assume. Like, if Setio cannot execute early ganks, she will be falling behind in terms of she doesn't want to be full clearing for 10 minutes.
Everyone
So-
falls behind a Zyra, right?
Yeah, I mean, for
At
sure,
some
but
point.
Setio especially doesn't have very high clear speed, so she needs to have action happening. It kind of like simulates their threat from before, where a B2U wants to play the proactive early game, and Asini is chilling. They want to be vibing. So it's going to be interesting to see which one will prevail. I do think what happened last game was not uh, in order with the identity. I do think B2U tried to force a lot of shit, but they fell behind doing it. So maybe they will succeed more with it now, or either Asini will be better at not just throwing hands out for a karma chase in the mid game after actually having a pretty good state.
Yeah, it was a really weird game because it felt like whichever team was the most proactive was the team that ended up throwing away their potential advantages. We'll have to see how that translates into this second game
Yeah.
as we are going into the
But-
Rift right now.
Oh, we're hitting the rift. One last pointer. I do think it's also honorable to mention that, as you probably know, like even though we were talking about what they had to do and what they are supposed to do, that might also be the reason why they failed in doing that. Meaning, like, as you know, when they know they have to do this thing, they might be overthinking it and end up like misexecuting. So B2U knowing they have to play the early game would lead to them messing up because they were feeling the pressure regarding that aspect. And at the same time with Asini, knowing they had to play the late, they might also feel the pressure regarding actually executing the late, thinking, okay, maybe it's actually good to dive this karma to people after a fight.
Yeah, you are not going to let that one go, and I don't blame you because
No,
it was
I won't
it
let
was
it
the
go.
turning point of that game.
Yeah.
Asini in the ascendancy until that point, but Addicted able to turn that play around and punish that overaggression, which felt like that was the story of the game. After a certain point, overaggression getting punished by both sides, but Wallet Diff ended up being a bit too much. Unfortunately, we have encountered a slight tech issue. It shouldn't be too much longer to get into this game. Hopefully, we can get it for you. But in
We
the
are praying.
meantime, a couple more things. We can have a look over this draft a little bit
Sure.
a little bit more. We saw how Nara into Ornn plays, and we saw how miserable the Ornn felt.
Yeah.
And we know how good the Zyra clears. But now, looking down in this bot lane, it's a pretty common one, I'll be honest. Ezreal Alistair into Kai'Sa Rel. It feels like it's been played about 100 times before. In this 101st time, which side do you feel takes that bot side?
Yeah, I mean, identity-wise, Rel cannot really engage very good into Alistar. Neither with the Israel. So I think Israel and Alistar are just going to play to deny. I think Rel Kaiser will get the prior. They will like be trying to move onto map with vision, maybe do an invade, or even like go for like Drake or that kind of stuff with the jungler, coordinating like the prior. I think Israel Alistar are just gonna handshake, vibe check, and just wait out the entire game. Kind of like the Ornville in the top side, and also wait, what was the matchup again? It was
Yoni into Ambessa.
Yon into Ambessa. Oh yeah, I mean that one is gonna be brutal. I feel like that is where the
Yeah.
action will be happening this game. So yeah, I think both side lanes, like B2U will try to force leads and push through, but Asini on the other hand will just straight up like forfeit, like give up those lanes, while the mid lane is where the action probably will happen in the early game. Because even though B2U wants to like actively dominate bottom top, all they probably can do is just come up with a few CS leads. I don't think they can engage or like dive in any way.
Yeah, and it will be the transition from that mid game, from that early game to the mid game, right? When suddenly those dives are available, when they're going over to objectives and there's no towers to bother about, the Sejuani really comes into her own, and it feels like objective control is once again going to be the story of the game.
We are
will
hitting the
head
rift.
Onto it. Here we go.
I will be honest, I was worried we wouldn't be hitting the rift. Like now we managed to stall 6 minutes this very much.
Oh yeah.
And at the same time, what if we had to like cast by no gameplay? That would also be very scary. Alright?
I think I've done that before.
Yeah, I saw that one actually. I think it's kind of funny.
That was an interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, I was as coach sitting in the game with my own replay rolling while I noticed the stream was burning. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright, we're coming into the rift. We see a double 5-point check. No, actually not. We see a little trappy from B2U. I do respect that Asini continuously is just 5-pointing every single game and snoozing off, sleeping a little in the level ones, whereas B2U is trying to find creative approaches towards like level 1 techs. I do respect that a lot.
I mean, they have the Sejuani at the end of the day. If there's anyone who you'd love to have, it's the Sejuani and the Braum types that get the free CC if you start E. Alistair might get caught out here, but he should be fine in the long run. Has flash on a worst case scenario, but it will be that late invade towards this red side once more.
This is very good. They're replicating the tech from the other game. Actually, I flamed Asini like unnecessarily because they did the same thing in last game, where they would be splitting the map like this, and now forcing the blue side jungler to be choosing how he wants to proceed the map. Because right here, Zyra has 2 options. She can go to contest, like Candy can try to contest like a Setio in his spot side, or he can just handshake the map split, which I think is the most natural and safe way to proceed the game. So in reverse,
positive
the
for
last
Candy
game,
is that he wasn't caught this time. He was on the top side, and when you're playing that Zyra, if you are left alone, getting those plants up for a free 30 seconds before you have to start clearing is so potent. Whereas on the previous, when it was that kind of choice, he would have been taken even further down than he could have been in this one here.
But here we see the same thing happening. Nord is now going for his own top side, trying to deny Zyra access to anything.
This is
Zyra
great.
at the same time pinging on the way on his blue buff because she wants to go in there. This would also mean that Israel and Alistar somehow managed to get prior. How did Alistar do that? I don't know. But yeah, he has the bot side prior. He has the mid in a weird awkward position, but he needs bot side move in order to succeed with this invade, I think. Otherwise, he will be clipped by Ambessa.
Yeah, it's going to be the big fight over the blue buff once more, potentially coming on. If we have a look over, the Zyra is clearing. Sejuani has Smite just coming off cooldown. There it is, ready and available. And he's going to catch Candy out. Aftershock going to proc too, but Alistair's here. Flash, W, over the wall. Should be first blood, I think, unless they can flash over Nord. Going to escape himself. I don't think I saw who got the blue buff. Both smites it down, so that doesn't help us.
This is pretty good for B2U. It was Nord who got the blue. He now has it. So Setio, like Candy, failed his invade attempt, thereby losing the blue buff and the smite. They do manage to succeed with a kill here onto Goblin during the rotation.
Yeah. Unfortunately, unable to tell who got that, but it is the trade of support with Hex Flash. For Sejuani. I think both sides going to be pretty alright with that. It does limit the Sejuani's ability to go for those early ganks. But
Yeah, I mean, yes, he threw the flash, but he did get his camp, so he's probably pretty fine with it. Like, Sejo basically just wants to hit level 6 to some extent, while she also would be able to cheese if she had flash up. Candy now being contested onto the Scuttle Crab.
I mean, this is a Gnar about to mega.
Help. I mean, he's denying the Scuttle pretty well. He has the time, he has the like opportunity. He can just be chilling. At the same time, some brawling in bot.
I mean, the Candy is forced
Shielding
completely
help
out of
is-
his jungle.
I mean,
Good
he's
dodge at the
completely
house. That
dominating.
footwork is beautiful, by the way. Would have died if that house had connected. Shending gonna go over and gonna hit the boomerang. Meanwhile,
I mean-
Ornn gonna come in, but he's a little bit too late. Can the Yone get over and save his top lane? Doesn't even go for it in the end.
This is straight up fatal. Like, Shending is completely dominating the game here.
And
by
meanwhile,
doing
bot
this.
side as well, the Alistair has been cut down, cut into little steak cubes by the Rel Kaiser as well. What is going on across the map right now?
Wait, what am I watching? Is this Syra sitting with 12 CS? I think she is.
That is a Zyro with 12 CS, yes.
Okay, but let's be honest here. She went for the blue invade. She lost the blue. Then she went topside for a scuttle. But she lost the scuttle because Gnar was pulling her out. Then she's going to her own camps to try to survive from the Gnar bully. And ends up like falling down there. Like, she's completely bullied out now. We have North being very high up in the XP and lead. Whereas Syra, Candy, who should be the power farmer, is now sitting on a rough start. Like, this is really good
Such
gameplay
a good
for
early
B2U.
game. Such a good early game that's caused this. Just like the ability to invade, get the red so fast, go to Raptors, take away those 2 early camps, and then move up to your own Raptors to deny that red side invade. And sure, Candy knew about it. Candy pinged where he was going to go. But now it's a level 5 Sejuani invading on the mid lane, and it's going to be the flash away from Hasko. 2 permafrost stacks, all that's going to be stocked up, but it's enough to terrify him as the 3 men of B2U collapsing on top of his head. Potential now to look at the dragon as it's occurring. Looks like the Zyro will be able to power through and grab that with 4 players on the bot side, but this early game is just going better and better for BTU right now.
We see Asini here. Instead of going for the Drake, they want to contest the Grump. They don't succeed on it, and now they manage to like throw away 15 seconds on each player's time. Question is, are they still gonna force the Drake, or are they gonna go back to catch the waves?
I mean, that's bot push completely lost. They had the timing to go and get that dragon, but the overstay, and now it's you can't stack it. This was
is,
how BTU won the first game so quickly, forcing
this-
the 4 Drake soul.
This is looking scary, I would say. Like, Asini now sitting behind with 1.5k, only 6.5 minutes in. Syra is having a rough time. She wants to clear, but how can she when all her young
Sejuani is down there with...
Sejo look-
Oh, he went forwards with the arcane shift. It's an interesting choice. Headbutt Pulverize is a huge time delay, but the Kaiser is able to get there in time. The Killer Instinct living up to the name and gets a second kill onto this Kaiser already. Sejuani is so active on this map right now.
I mean, Floops is straight up slaughtering the Israel there. And Israel at the same time, Hellman, he was the last standing chance, like the only one with a lead sitting back on the Asini side. So now Asini needs to get creative. Let's look at the replay here. So
I mean,
see
this is
Alistar.
Beaver Bully going. This is the early one, I believe. Yes, going
Yeah.
down for the first kill. The feat of warfare heading over from that kill. As we go again into back to live now, it was just the one that goes down, but it is the Ezreal who is now minus flash. I have a feeling if he arcane shifted backwards to try and dodge that glacial prison, he might not have had to pop it. He might have even survived the play.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably misclicking. I wouldn't assume that he's happily actively pressing forward with that E.
Probably true.
I wouldn't be reading that at least, unless if he thought it was his own Sejuani coming in help. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, really good, really strong early game from B2U. Very nicely done by, especially North, being very proactive with the jungling and how to like deny. Also, big vouch, or not vouch, but like big honorable mention to Shending Hill, who managed to put the Syra in this position.
And this is Candy, who's getting completely bullied out of his own jungle.
She's forced to
Gonna
ult.
force the
Hasko
flash.
also throwing it.
Fate
Nord does
sealed,
drop down here,
gonna
though.
seal the fate of Nord. Cobban probably just going to disengage from this. A nice turnaround play.
Evil Eye throwing away the E. He does have flash, but can he escape?
Should be fine.
Okay, he's
Doesn't
fine,
need
he's
to
fine.
flash in the end as well.
Yeah.
Nah, not quite threatening enough, especially without that rage and without that flash either. Unable to finish off that on. But a nice turnaround play on what could have been an even more depressing state for Candy.
I mean, I like this. I see the action. I see the power. I do respect this a lot. Let's see it again here. Candy being punished for going for a ward, but not in the end dropping down. Let's see how it ended out. Candy was forced to ult out here, I think, and then Hasko was trying to double down on it, but he missed because of the flash. At the same time, Evil Eye was actually coming in with a really good ult here, getting
Yeah,
off
such
the
a good
North
road
catch.
timer.
Yeah.
Able to get there first, and it's
I mean,
so crucial to
Wrong
getting
timer
there.
and wrong timer. I do think now was eating him up. Meanwhile, that happened. Like he was just like beating
That
him
was a
up
half
and
HP
like,
Ornn turning up to the fight, but the Ornn horn
to be
was
fair,
enough.
Evil Eye was the one succeeding. Doesn't matter how low he dropped. He got the kill in the end, or at least secured the kill for the team.
Yeah, and the kill went over exactly where you want it. You wouldn't mind if it went to the Zyra, but you'd love it going on this Yone. If you can power this Yone through the early game, he already has his boots and a pickaxe. The faster he gets to this Blade of the Ruined King, the more proactive you're allowed to be as a team.
Yeah. At least the
See the
RQ in the
Cyrus.
minutes.
Nice route.
Candy actually finding a really good position.
Glacial Prison goes wide. Nord going to be sent packing, but the Ambessa is here. They can turn back around.
We do see
Public
Cobham.
Execution
It's
is
a 4v3.
waiting to be used, but she gets
But
knocked out.
Cobham
It's like
is
a bouncy
completely slow.
castle. Cobham jumping up and down, but it's not for joy. He gets sent packing as the TP comes in from Hasko a little bit late. Probably unnecessary in the end. Somehow, this Ambessa got turned around.
I mean, I like the initiative
wasn't
from B2U.
cooldown.
I respect the execution from Asini. At the end of the day, the only thing I would have loved not to see was that TP from Hasko. If he stayed mid, this would be really clutch, because then he would be succeeding in lane, like progressing plates and gold lead, while his team was still in. Like the TP kind of ruined the like perfect execution of it all, but at the end of the day, really nicely done by Asini.
Yeah, and it's still not a bad play. It's the kind of plays that they need to really get themselves back and going. Ezreal up to the second kill, so close to that Triforce. If he can get that going, he is going to be oh so strong. As Evil Eye is trying to just hold on for dear life. Poor guy.
I mean, for that play it matter, they went from being 1.5k behind to being 1.4k behind. I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah. And if Hasko had TP back into the mid lane or stayed in mid, not having to go back, he might have been better. But now he's going to be caught out. Fate Sealed
he's
not going to get their
dropping TP.
permafrost.
Force the
Gonna be
flash.
Going to be nullified by that flash.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
Evil Eye,
help.
are you gonna murder this now? He might
They
be
might
doing
be
it.
able to get through if he invests the ult. Nah,
I do
will be
think we still have
used.
the Oni coming up.
Glacial
Oni?
Prison comes in. Nord is there in time. Can they get him? Yes, they can. Knock up as well. Public Execution goes super deep. Candy still surviving. Forces the flash. Goes down eventually. And Cobham will take the double kill. This time the Yone does stay around in lane. Too late to join. And he only gets a plate for that huge play. Meanwhile, Ezreal
Hellman
forced the
forced the
flash
flash.
out.
We see a lot of action here. I will highlight Cobham once again doing a really clutch play. I think like him roaming up there
Nice flash.
completely secured B2U's.
Hello, Hasko. Goes
This
in
is
deep. He
extended
should be
now.
able to find the Rel on the Magnet Storm. Alistair tries to give it over, but can't quite manage to, even without the Ignite. Still takes down the kill with his E doing the passive tick. Other side of the map, Vardicted looking to get those 6 grubs, push those towers, get that money. This game is all over the place right now. No killer instinct on this Kai'Sa, just a barrier to protect herself. Hasko gonna look for the play. Q3 gonna take him away instead. Doesn't fancy the Spirit Unbound play. And the cancel on the back as well. This Ezreal and the Yone left in this lane while the Ambessa pushes in mid. The tempo denial is so good for Vardicted. Every single play, they're able to elongate and turn in their favor.
I mean, I think this is really nicely. Like we see the play initially
Can Hellman
happening
stay
on
here?
top.
Hellman's at
he's-
200 HP with no mana under the turret. He's going to have to disappear. He's going to lose another
Yeah,
wave.
no. He's just gonna suffer recall here. Have Hasko take over the lane. But let's look at what just happened. Like a top play was breaking out. Asini on the reverse side are choosing to cross map it. I think that's really nice. Like they get the bot play and execute it. At the same time, B2U will also cross map onto that and get the grubbies from it. It's like very nice League of Legends from both teams.
Absolutely crushed by the early part of the trade by the Ambessa, but Cobham sticks around too long. Just about can't get Hasko. Glacial Prison now onto the Alistair. He doesn't care. Nar coming in over the top, nowhere near the bar, but the Sejuani's going to be able to find the angle
North.
onto the Zyra. That is a crazy flash angle. Finds the headbutt, but unfortunately this play is still turning. Nord will be going down. The Triforce Ezreal has turned up. Hasko with the Q3 can't quite reach Shending, but the Narbar still isn't quite there. Should be able to disengage, but this play is changed from a 2k lead down to under 1,000 now. Asini right back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's really action-based, this one. Chaotic, some would say. I
Very
think this is intense League of Legends. It's hard to keep track on what's happening. I have a feeling I already know which Atakan will spawn. I might be calling the combat one, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
It's the solo queue Atakan every day of the week.
Yes, sir.
Kai'Sa looked like she might have been overstaying her welcome, but maybe it goes the other way. Ambessa potential on the road, but going to go back, farm her mid-wave instead. As we get a small pause in the action to finally breathe.
We're breathing. Catch up to breath. Be ready to cast. What is going to happen next? One honorable highlight I would say is, like, as you mentioned, the solo queue Atakan is coming in. I'm pretty sure that's already guaranteed now. Or am I wrong?
It locks in at 14 minutes, so whatever it was at 14 minutes, it's likely to be ruinous with the fact that we have 13 kills already as the Nart finds that turret on the top side. Upgraded boots guaranteed now for Bardicted, and suddenly, just as I was saying their 2k lead had evaporated, it's right back there.
Yeah, and how did that happen? I think it's probably from, like, bad recalls, extension. Like, it seems like Nar just progressed a lot on top.
It's all these tempo plays stacking up. This Nar is chovying in the top side. Highest CS in the game by 20, by the way. Shending is absolutely smurfing on this poor little Ornn. Melee into range, not feeling good, especially when the range turns into a melee and beats you up instead.
And
Meanwhile,
here looking to do a trade, doesn't seem to extend very much. North, Haas still chilling. Hasko might be
find the
looking
headbutt
here.
away?
Maybe, I mean, they know he doesn't have
Third
flash.
round, 4 players are here. Both sides, public execution in onto the Zyra. Candy knocks up Nord though. This play is getting better for Asini, but Zyra will go down. On the other side, jungle for jungle will be traded. Hasko is 1 HP and the Nar is solo laning against Zero.
This is really problematic for Asini. They are playing a 5v4 and Nar is just straight up winning top while doing it. Like,
Have another look at it here.
Sure.
I mean, it's a nice angle to find Nord, but it takes so long to get him.
I mean, the engage turned out pretty good. Like, look at how they're extending north and, like, the Zyra ult and everything. But they are 5 men doing this. They need to succeed more than just a 1-for-1 here. Because, like, as you see, Candy dropping down to the Ambessa ult. Evil Eye is getting a pretty nice 3-man ult coming in here. Or maybe 2, I might be miscounting. At the same time, I mean, Nar is just getting a lot of value top.
Back
And
on
we
the
are right
bot
back to
side,
the
the
fight.
TP play coming in. Who is that coming over? It's the Mega Gnar. B-Ball Bully getting beaten up by Flops. And the ooh, so close. Arcane Shift able to escape. Hellman now turning his focus back onto that Gnar. Turns mini and turns squishy once more.
Yeah.
Very nearly turned to play again, but it's another good play for Bardicted, and they're just increasing.
At the same time, this is turning disgusting. I do think, like, not TPing in for combat and not for Drake securance is, like, interesting. Because now he has to, like, choose if he wants to join for the Drake or if he wants to give top with, like, he didn't have to TP there, let's be honest. He did it because he felt it. And I think the right play in that case would probably be to, like, patient, wait it out, not go for even more combat. Because now we have a
second dragon going down here. Both teams going to be smite fight over it. The Zyra will take it down. Candy though gets executed publicly. Kai'Sa coming in over the top with her W. Hellman forced to run away. Meanwhile, Fate Steal over the top. Cobbin is going to go down. Likely Floobs also going down so low. Hasko will get the shutdown onto the Kai'Sa. Gets even more damage onto Nord. A huge shutdown goes over to the Sejuani, unfortunately for B2U. But there's going to be the Alistar subjected to stake treatment once more. Ultimate invested, but he's not going to get anything done. Meanwhile, the Gnar is still around, and that will be the Ezreal going down instead. Another shutdown heading over, but Evil Eye is here to try and clean up the play. That will be Shending disappearing off the map, and Ornhorn going down now as well. This fight carries on, disrupts the crash down. A great play. Headbutt Pulverize comes in. Can they turn this round? The Brittle Proc onto Ponk. Can he die? Don Ponk doesn't want to fall over, and Cobbin, from the start of the fight, his fate looked like it was sealed, but Yone, unable to finish him off, turned onto getting the Kai'Sa, and it's the downfall of Asini at the end of this play. Ambessa stays alive and cleans it up.
We have done Punk with the disrespect in the end. I do think Asini is going for Asini special, especially Helma. If you noticed, like, Alistar was probably dead, but Hillman ended up like trading his life, trying to save him. And then when Alistar survived, they overextended it, and instead of like dropping one kill, they end up like chain ending all of their kills into the enemy team. Like Asini here really needs to learn how to like stop a fight when it already happened. Like I think they came out originally pretty fine, with Hasko popping off in the fight. But Hellman dropping down for his own support is a questionable choice. While afterwards, both Evil Eye and Alistar Bebop Bull, like both of them were like overextending the fight to more than it needed. Like Asini, one lesson to take away from today: please cut off these fights. Like take the win for
Don't
what
make a
it
bad
is,
play worse.
and don't extend it.
It is that key bit of information you sometimes need to just be told that
Yeah.
this is a bad play, and that's okay. We don't want to make it any worse than it needs to be. Speaking of a potential bad play, Hasko overextending the side lane. Nord is right there. Fatesia won't get him away. Got caught by Cobbin. Zyra's close to the angle, but not going to get there in time. Aftershock will keep that Sejuani nice and tanky as another kill goes over in this side lane. The side lane threat of the Yone is not quite coming through just yet.
And Hasko is just peeking a little too far out from what he can. He didn't have the backup around it, so like he ends up dropping that to a like big CC chain from Setio now. No, Setio Ambessa, sorry. Yeah. I also want to highlight, like as we see right now, Zyra and Setio, Nord and Candy, both of them are like dead even in lead. Like Nord with 400 gold lead. This is not how Asini was looking at that draft coming into a Zyra Setio matchup. Like,
It's a nice way to turn it though. The free leash heading over Asini. Pick up the Rift Herald. Could look to use it instantly. This mid-tier 1 will fall to Shelly if it's used. Can they push? They will push their
Shelly is
advantage
being
on
dropped.
this. To 4v3 as well. The Ambessa will make her way down from the top lane. She has the public execution. They're going to look to turn this. Candy will go down at the start of this fight. Hellman also going low. Ambessa, great use of the public execution. Free pickup over there. Yone TP's in. Shending didn't even have to TP, just got the free roam timer. And Bonk will finally fall, but that's at the cost of a Yone. Support for mid is not a good trade, especially when the rest of your team is falling like dominoes. Nord survives as well on about 50 HP, and that is so game-breaking.
Look at this, like Nord is finding a really nice ult onto the Ezreal. This was a pretty, oh not Ezreal, onto the Candy. Like Candy is just straight up dropping here, and then from there, like the fight is straight open. And Ambessa as well coming in with a really good ult.
Nice peel idea there from Evil Eye. Tries to get the Ambessa off his poor ADC, but can't quite get it done. And it unfortunately requires the TP of Hasko to just get a single kill back onto a support. And okay, the Yone got 345 gold. But look at what it cost you. You lose your mid-tier 1. The whole idea of that play was to use your Rift Herald to get mid-tier 1. You lose mid-tier 1 and mid-tier 2.
Initially, this was Asini's like play execution, and it ended up turning out really good for B2U, getting a 5-for-1 trade-off.
How often have we said that today?
I don't know, a lot of times.
A lot of times. It feels like so many times right now, as this Gnar continues to get so much stronger already at the cleaver with the Triforce. These are not cheap items that he is picking up, but he has a 4,000 gold lead. The wits end at 22 minutes. Meanwhile, topside Nord getting caught out a little bit. Evil Eye going to get their public executions, going to miss this time. Nord should be taken down, will be at the end by the Zyra. Candy finally gets a kill into this. Can Cobbin escape? Looks like they will be able to. The Rel over the top, Magnet Storm in. I'm losing track of everything. Flukes is going so deep, should be able to escape with the flash. Gap is there to be closed. Everyone's health bar is so low. The hyper carries are there. Kai'Sa is around. Hellman's so low in this fight. Shending likely to get that kill eventually, but not quite. Candy finds one more. Will fall to Hellman, is finally the last person alive. House not going to reach him over the wall, but he is now failing the arcane shift as well. Boomerang not going to connect, but Shending should be looking to find this Ezreal, but he is a sneaky little thief.
Yeah,
looks like he might have found a way to escape.
Yeah. I would like to highlight Bebop Bull is actually doing really clutch work there in the like entire starting fight. He was striking Flukes and Dunkong's attention for like a lot of seconds. Like look at this. You see here, like the fight breaks out where Hasko is about to be picked, but in the end it turns out to be North who is in the better advantage. Then Bebop Bull here like completely zoning off the Kai'Sa and the Rel at the same time, while his entire team is able to like fight 4v1. Like big highlights to this Alistar. This is really good League of Legends. Not only that, but he managed to get out and extend the fight. Like the amount of value. Look at Alistar, still relevant, still dominant for this fight. He's actually like kiting, baiting, like doing really good on this. Even now again, he's coming in strong with the knockup. And then sadly we see here SVLQ dropping down, not to be hitting. And then
So
Alistar is
close.
finally dropping. Like
I mean,
highlights.
everyone
big
played that
clutch.
so well.
Yeah,
It's just the minutia of this game, so close to getting it done. Hellman able to escape in the end. I don't quite know how he managed to pull off that Houdini-like escape. Shending was looking for help, couldn't find his Hellman's mayonnaise, and unfortunately will have to let that kill go. But it is just a slowly spiraling gold lead, 7,000 now in the favor of B2U. I'm thinking of food.
Yeah, I mean, I would get why you would be hungry after 4 games of streaming. In the flavor of B2U, they are now 7k ahead. I think this game might be looking rough now. I don't know. Candy didn't really succeed with his power farming.
It got completely denied. Nothing to be said.
I don't know. Maybe People can pull in another clutch fight, and potentially Hasko can be like scaling up to that. Because if Hasko is allowed to play the fights, then it's really good. Like then he is like in a really strong position playing the Yone, soon to be 3 items. At the end of the day, he doesn't want to be facing the Sitio or the Ambassador together, because then he just cannot hit anything straight up. So yeah, game is running calm for a few seconds. We are now seeing Atakan be taken in the bot side from
It is
B2U.
ruinous, this game.
It is the
And
ruinous.
Lots of flowers likely heading over to B2U rather, but no GAs spawning this game. Just the permanent extra stats that you get from things like the Drakes, as well as they already have one
Yeah.
Chemtech. If they can get 4 Chemtechs,
And
plus
even
the
more
ruinous
extreme-
Atakan, their
Even
shields
more
are going to be
extreme stuff
huge.
here is like they have 56 flowers right now. That's a lot of XP because it's global XP. Like every single one gets
Is North
basically
caught
a
out?
level from this.
Headbutt pulverized over the wall, gonna spot him out. He should be able to headbutt himself over, and it could be now Bully.
Bebop
Force
is now
out, gonna be
looking
forced to
rough.
ultimate. Shending
he's
gonna
dropping
go in.
now.
That's a very dead looking Alistair. Gets the pulverized, but that will be the end of him. Floops takes the free kill. Wasn't worth too much though. Unfortunately, this Alistair, you're pointing out he's doing so much good work, but it's not reflected on this scoreboard. 1, 6, and 8 right now, and that will be Baron also heading
Baron
over.
is running. Asini is forced to like try to contest, but they have no Alistar, no vision is to be gathered.
Contest they will.
How can they do this?
I mean, they've already used their main engage tool. This doesn't look good. Pasco gonna just charge up his E off the Scuttle Crab. As the Rel comes in with the Magnet Storm, she will disappear for this. And the Ambassador
Pasco
into
is
the
doing a good
backline,
job
pulled
here.
away with Fate Seal, but she's gonna be able to escape, and everyone else comes over. This Gnar is absolutely humongous. Mega is completely the right word for this Gnar, as the Killer Instinct gonna be used by Floops after hitting his W onto that Ornn, and that's another huge fight going over. The 5v4 favors the 5 for once in this series.
Yeah, and I mean, Shending Help is doing a really good job here. At the same time, like Arnold was going out, I don't think Asini is standing a chance of contesting this, so they basically just want to get out. Like, they managed to stop the burn, now they just need to get out of this. At the same time, they can't, they are in too deep, and they have to fight it out, brought it. Really nicely
So
done
many
by,
good
by Shending Help.
continuation buttons as well, right? The
Yeah.
Gnar is so good at stopping you from escaping, right? The Sejuani, if you're in her range in the first place, you're too close. The Rel with the Magnet Storm is so good at keeping you there, and an interesting pickup as well. Sorry, I got a bit confused with who got the items there. Don't worry about it. Let's carry on now. Speaking of items, 4 items on this Kai'Sa. She is absolutely giga right now. 9-2 and 9 Floops.
But
Once
even
again,
on the
proving why he
Kai'Sa-
was game 1 MVP.
Look at this now. He's sitting with 4 items as well. Like, he's been chilling, playing against a 2.5 item Ornn. Like, anytime in side lane, Ornn has no chance of getting any kind of prior here.
Absolutely. This Gnar is going to be an absolute side lane destroyer. The Yone not quite there just yet. Getting close to the Infinity Edge.
Oh,
Should be able to
something
match
is happening
up
top.
soon.
I have a feeling Ornn might be dropped.
Ornn has ulted. Likely to fall down to the Mega Gnar. I don't think we need to bother panning over because it's going to be the
health bar is
4v4.
dropping down. Is he falling? I think he might be falling.
does go down in the end, but the 4v4 is happening mid. The 4v3 is happening mid, actually. And Best are not there. This is a 4v3 fight they're taking. The Gnar is going to TP in, and they're going to have to disengage this Asini. This is way too deep, and a fight that they cannot win. And it will be the full cleanup, a beautiful public execution off the back end. Yone, the last to fall, and Asini, that will be, I think, an 0-2 for today.
This might turn out to be a game, and does the minion survive? It did not, meaning they will have to wait for the next wave.
They have 1,000 grubs though.
Yeah, but, oh wait, they do have 1 minion. It's all about
one
the
Baron
damage
minion
buff.
with 1,000 grubs, so they get the they don't get the backdoor protection. That will be the game over and done with. 2-0 to B2U. They are looking so strong right now in the SOL.
Exactly, and I think this game, more than the last, really cleanly executed by B2U. Like, very nicely done. I think they took all they could from this, and they did really well on it. Like, forcing the map split in the start, completely denying the Syra by both taking her camps, denying her invade on the blue, and then also expanding onto like the scuttle contest from the now prior. I think the early execution towards, like, obviously there went some chaos along the mid game, but except from that, I think B2U is just completely stomping this one.
Yeah, and they are proving why they are up at the top of our standings. I don't know if we can have a look over on the mainstream, get those standings going. If we can't, that's absolutely fine. But they are now 8-2 after today, sat right at the top by themselves. It looks like Bulldog Academy have dropped a game today. So that is B2U standing at the top by themselves.
I mean, that's pretty solid. We just watched the top team of Sol clapping one of the bottom ones. I mean, let's be honest. B2U, really nicely done. I will highlight today. I don't need to be biased towards mid in this game. I do think, like, my personal opinion, I think Nord did such a good job sending help, like completely accelerating both early, but also just like continuously doing good stuff during this game. He didn't do the like game one special of like sidelining too long. Like he kept his balance, and he continuously found value in this game. And like even stuff like when the team was winning or like going even in the fights in the bot river, he was progressing top. Sure, he's not in the big fancy fight, but he's doing stuff. Like he's making sure no matter what happens in the fight, they are winning somewhere on the map. And that's like a really clutch value to have. Like he understands the lane assignment of side lane value.
And that wasn't happening on the other side of the rift. The chances that Asini had to get back into this would have been some of those plays, like you pointed out with the Yone when he TP'd down bot to try and get the kill that had already fallen. If he'd stayed mid instead, he'd have got 2 or 3 plates, would have pushed himself so much further over the edge. There we are. These are the leaderboards after today. Our early game saw LEO take down Ruzeh 2-0. They are now tied up at 5 apiece. This one here now, Asini down at 3-7. B2U up in first, looking so good at the top of the standings.
Yes, sir.
I need to breathe. I'm not breathing enough.
I mean, no. This game, very hard breath control. If you have a guy with asthmatic, it's GG. Like you cannot fight on this.
Consistent action all across the rift. Ruinous Atakan was very much earned in that second game. Do love to see a series where both of them are actually employed instead of every single game in pro being voracious or every single game that you actually play being ruinous. It's nice to see a mixture.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the way Atakan turned on in this game one, really nice. Like they dropped the Baron. Oh no, wait, let me remember. They dropped the Baron, no?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, they drop the Baron, they get the like Atakan, but then they're too late to contest the Elder, which makes sense because they were fighting for the Atakan. So they use the Atakan to brawl out the Elder, completely die all of them. No one got any value from it, but they spawn in back and then they try to run it back. They find a few kills, and to be fair, pretty nice. It's a unique way of using the Atakan, and I think it did bring value because they managed to stall the game to the second Baron then.
Yeah, and speaking of pretty nice, someone who was more than pretty nice in that second game, Shending Help is your game 2 MVP.
My God. I would have liked
2-12.
I would have liked to see Coven on the board. I think he's a really clutch mid laner. I do think he had his moments, but to be fair, this one is very deserved towards Shending Help.
Yeah, and so much gold as well on that Gnar. So many items so early on. I think he was 3 items at 22 minutes. When do you see that from a top laner?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, power farming Gnar being like one of the like more like item-wise progressed players on the team. That's really nice. I do
Absolutely,
think
that is
Floops did his job as well. Like he was also sitting on 4 items, but having it on a top laner, that's unique. That's something different.
100%. And that is the great thing about Addicted to You. They have so many strong players all over the Rift. It's not just one lane that they're forced to play through. You don't just have to deal with their bot lane. You don't just have to deal with their mid lane. You have to deal with all three and the support structure around them. Even when their jungle's on something like the Sejuani, it allows so much more play for everyone else. And it's so good to see such good teamwork like that.
Yes, sir. That is very much true.
Unfortunately,
I have a
sorry.
lot of things. Yeah. No,
Have you got anything
go.
else? Have you got anything else before I lead us out?
I don't know. Any honorable mentions in the end?
I have an honorable mention for you for hopping in and saving the stream, because without you, this second game would not have happened. So thank you
Thank
for
you very
joining.
much.
Thank
I
you
would like to
everyone
do
for
a
watching.
shout out if I can.
Go for it.
Okay, shout out to myself. I would like to say that I am the 22th of this month. I don't remember the month. I'm playing the LCD finals in Denmark. So whoever is Danish viewer, come watch me. I will be doing the LCD finals playoff. Thank you very much for giving me the shout out. I'm stealing it. Thank you very much. But at the same time, it was a pleasure being here. I enjoyed this very much. And shout out to you as well for being a really nice caster, taking me
Thank
into
you very
this.
much. Wonderful. Well, that is all we have time for today. Thank you everyone for watching. We will be raiding off to Zapdos. Thank you all for being here. We will see you guys on the next stream of the SOL, which I believe is tomorrow. Hope we can all see you there. And
Yes, sir.
yeah, thank you for being here.
See you all. Thank you for tonight.